Hello, we're back again, back at the Care Show in London. We've not streamed for a while, but we're back and I'm excited. It's been a very smooth build-up. So hopefully everything's working, you can see me, you can hear me, and we're all good. And we have our first guest in the studio. We have many guests today, but I'd say, the first person is the best. First the worst, second the best. No, sorry.
Yeah, zero the hero.
Yeah, Zero the hero. There you go. Third one with a hairy chest, so we won't go there. The third person's a man, so that would work, so that's fine. Anyway, right, okay, weird start. Let's go, cold start. So, Russell, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, excited to be here once again.
Yeah.
Very excited about this one, the Care Show London. Whilst it's the same as the Birmingham event, it's also got something different about it as well. We're very excited. We've had a lot of people saying they're coming to see us today, which is pretty good. Looking forward to meeting them. It attracts a different, obviously being in London, it's a different area geographically, but I think it attracts a different sort of group of people from the care sector at London. So we're looking forward to meeting them and having those conversations over the next 2 days, certainly.
So you've provided a bit of furniture for us. So obviously your company does interiors for care homes. And so thank you very much for providing the lovely chairs, a table, a bit of added extras on the table as well. I assume I get to take a cup home. Is it for me? Is it?
Yeah, you can even take a candle home as well if you want.
And we also have a guest chair over there, which is just off camera, and which our guests, that when they're waiting to join us, they'll sit there, so they'll get to experience it. Maybe we should get a flyer on the table for you over there, so the guests can see what they're sitting on. But yeah, thank you very much for providing it.
Certainly can provide you with a brochure, and I'm very happy to support you with the furniture and the coffee table. This is our Marie tub style chair, and you wouldn't know it, but everything that's upholstered on this chair is fully waterproof, but it's still a nice chair, so it can be waterproof and nice.
Yeah, and I guess that's not necessarily always been the tradition, is it, in care homes, that you get kind of furniture that is practical ahead of aesthetically pleasing?
It's about getting the balance. You need both.
So in terms of kind of refurbs, interiors, what are the latest trends? What are people doing? I've seen, you post on LinkedIn quite a bit, and I see, you had a big conversation about natural light recently in one of your posts, and those kind of skylights. Yeah, what's the latest trends in interiors?
Yeah, that post went viral by our standards. That was the importance of natural light in the care setting, opening up the outdoors. Good time of year to be talking about it, because we're getting some good weather again, and albeit we're in here today, but we tend to be so set in our sort of thinking of this is how we've always done it. Elderly people, they can't go outside, they're stuck indoors. Challenge that. There are ways in which you can get them outside. There's some good furniture you can have outside, which with wheelchair access, so they can feel included, they can enjoy the space, and furniture that lasts as well. Don't go to B&Q, because by next summer you'll be needing to buy some more. Yeah,
I suppose there's also a point around being sort of safe from the litigious perspective. Like, you need proper commercial furniture, because you're a commercial business. If you buy cheap stuff from the range or B&Q, like you say, and it breaks, that's bad for you, right, as an operator.
Have at home the range and Dunelm, and good stuff, but it's for home, not for a care home.
Yeah.
The challenge is for commercial environments. Historically, a lot of commercial furniture hasn't been very homely. We can change that, so you can have commercial grade furniture, still homely, still inclusive, still making a good environment for those in care.
And so, how do we help people sort of transition from? So you work on interiors, but you straight away mentioned exteriors. How do you help? Is there a way you design an interior to help bring the outside in, or bring people outside? How does that work?
We often get asked to try and bring the outside in, and there's ways in which you can do that, especially in dining rooms or a space that opens out into a garden. So you've got the choice. If you don't want to go outside but you want to enjoy it, you can be positioned in a way where you can enjoy it but you're still indoors. There's definitely ways in which you can bring in outdoor features inside, especially like conservatories are great places to do that. Have a bit of greenery going on, and that type of thing, which helps to make it feel more. I think there's a name for it: biophilic design.
Okay.
that using greenery is calming, and there's some early research saying that also helps with limiting the effects of living with dementia.
Yeah. I think I remember vaguely talking last year with you about helping people with dementia manage those different aspects of the interior. So how does that work? How do you approach a dementia wing or a floor differently to how you might approach, say, a residential floor or home?
Yeah, so very good question. One of the things we do when we do like what we call an initial consultation is we get an understanding of what the care needs are and what the care home itself is trying to achieve for the benefit of its residents, because they know their residents best. And there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to living with dementia, so you need to sort of take a bit of a deeper dive and get an understanding as to things we consider like the local area where they live, what they would have been familiar with over their lifetime living in that area. And recently we've done a couple of projects, corridors in care homes. The residents have to go through them all day, every day, and some of them can be quite bleak areas. So they're a space you can do something with wall art to help provoke those memories. So we just did a project in Falkirk the other day, and we did a bit of research on the local area, and Falkirk Football Club, Scotland loves football, even though not very necessarily always good at playing it. We did a bit of research and discovered that Sir Alex Ferguson played for Falkirk in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And we got some photography which we framed and put up. We also did some other photography of Falkirk players going out and playing at football matches. And straight away, within a couple of days, we had residents commenting on saying, "Oh, I was at that football match, I remember that." And it was like, brings a sort of life to their day. And then the Falkirk Wheel, I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's a very amazing piece of engineering. And the Queen opened that in 2002, and there's a big picture of that. Straight away, that's making conversation, is piquing the residents' interest. They're like, yes, the Queen came, that's when she came to Falkirk and opened the Falkirk Wheel. And it's just about helping to bring positive memories to life for the residents. And it's not actually that complex, but it's just putting that extra bit of thought into what you can do to a space to make it more like a home for them.
So long gone are the days where we stick up a load of generic artwork on the walls and just, you want that to be part of the care, so it sort of integrates into the care. So working with the local environment, the local things to reflect that, right?
Yeah, it takes a bit more work in terms of like your research to get it right, but it's 100% worth it when you see the reaction, the effect it has on the residents. We also created a pub bar at another care home in Manchester, right next to the airport, and they wanted a bit of an aviation theme to it, so we found old photography of old airlines and old airplanes flying out of Manchester back in the 70s and 80s, when they would remember going on those flights if they flew out of Manchester Airport. And also we researched like local breweries and got like branded coasters for the local breweries, so it's all things that they can relate to and say, yes, I remember that because that's local to what I've lived all my life.
Yeah. So if you're considering an interior, you should be thinking about how you integrate the interior into people's care, into the local environment, and how you can help use that interior to evoke memories, create happiness and passion and conversation and things like that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
100% it.
So don't just slap some paint on the wall and be done with it and buy some furniture from B&Q. Speak to you and approach it in a bespoke way, right?
You said it.
Yeah. Well, what's the time? Yeah, I think, unless you've got anything else you want to add about interiors, we didn't talk about natural light. We touched on it, but yeah, what the benefits? How do you bring it in to those environments?
Yeah, I mean it's difficult. I think it was in the context of, again, in a corridor, they had one of those fake skylights, and it didn't look that amazing. And I was sort of saying, is this really beneficial? And it provoked quite a response on LinkedIn, social media. And obviously where there isn't natural light right there, what do you do? That's why they put these fake skylights up. I'm not saying there isn't a place for things like fake skylights, but do some decent ones.
Yeah.
That actually give a very good impression of being daylight. You can get them, and don't have them being daylight at night time, because that will confuse. It's just going to cause confusion. Think through what impact it's going to have. Don't just think, oh, fake skylights, let's put it up there. Think about
And
what
it's
type
bright
of thing.
blue light coming in at 9 o'clock at night. So it's a bit of a technical question this, do you work with colour temperature on lights as part of that overall design? You say, well, we want it to be warm in here, cooler here. Is that a part of how you design it?
Yes, yeah. That is a very critical part of designing a space, is making sure that we're getting the colour temperature right, we're taking into consideration where there's not as much natural light coming in as to what we need to do to make that a better colour tone, yeah.
I've got a coffee shop, as you know, and the light bulbs in there are all mixed colour temperature, and it drives me nuts. And I constantly going around trying to, because I've got about 40 light bulbs, so to actually go out and just buy all brand new ones, it's not not a straightforward thing to do. So I'm trying to sort of progress it so I have the cooler ones nearer the door, and then as we get further back into the shop, I have the warmer lights. And then over the counter, apparently you're supposed to have slightly cooler. So I sort of do this thing where I stagger the warmest sort of from cooler to warmer back to cooler. Is that how you would actively do that? Do you use lights that change colour temperature so you can have them change through the day as well?
Yeah, there's also the in corridors, quite handy, the sort of bulkhead light. Within the light itself, you can change the setting to be whatever you need it to be for that space. So yeah, you can alter it remotely or in the light itself.
Yeah, have it on a schedule or something like that. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, there's a lot you can do now, isn't there, with sort of technically with lighting to really affect the environment.
Yeah, and it's because that technology's there. Use it to the benefit of the residents.
Lovely. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Russell, and for providing the furniture. And yeah, I'm sure it'll be very comfortable. And I'll try and find my optimal position for the day. And yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Cheers.
No random questions today?
No random questions. Oh, I haven't thought of them yet. I haven't come up with a random question yet, so I'll have to revert back to you. Maybe I'll come and find you and get your answer later. No, we didn't think of anything, did we? No. Okay, well, no random questions yet. Maybe later. All right, thanks, Russell. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show in London. We have our second guest of the day. Liam, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you, my friend?
I am brilliant. Chris is around there fiddling with things. I think we've got the wrong microphones, but no, we're all good. We're all good. So, Liam, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, perfect. So my name's Liam Palmer. I am CEO and founder of CareTech Guide. CareTech Guide builds a bridge between CareTech suppliers and care providers with a focus on encouraging care providers to find good tech and improve their services.
I guess maybe then, what's hot, what's good in tech? Obviously, we've been through as a sector a huge transition from paper to digital care records. Yeah. So that's like, it done? Maybe not, but it's well, yeah. If you're most care providers will now have a system they use.
Yes, that's right.
What other new stuff is there? Is there new interesting things coming to the sector? What should we be looking out for in terms of technology?
It's a fair question. I mean, digitising social care, our friends from the Department of Health and Social Care did an amazing job to help get that digital social care record out. We've got about 80% of care providers having that first system, which is really fantastic. But it's the first layer. So rostering's a good next step. There is acoustic monitoring, but then also you've got your back office, you've got your finance, your applicant tracking systems for recruitment. There's various tech platforms that helps people find talent. So really, the question before what's next for tech is what's your strategy and what's unique about your service, where are the pain points now, and then to create a bit of a sort of destination of what would be amazing. And then, okay, we're here now, how do we get there, and what's our next step?
That's interesting. So one of our clients is an acoustic monitoring company called Just Checking and Just Framing.
Yeah.
And we do sort of videos and marketing for them. And yeah, it's like really simple technology at its core, right?
Yeah.
Like what it does, but the benefits of what it delivers are absolutely incredible. Yeah. And it's so much less invasive than, say, a camera, which is just not an option for a lot of people. Yeah, and it's a really, it can make a huge difference for like how you deliver care, how much it costs you to deliver care, how you assess people's care needs. And then onto rostering. I cannot fathom, so I've got my coffee shop.
That's right.
I've got about 10, 12 part-time staff.
Okay.
I don't know how you would do it without a rostering platform. So I used one called Deputy, which I think they're here today. How on earth you would do it for a care home when you've got 60 staff? I mean, it's nuts, isn't it?
I remember putting a rostering system into a large nursing home a couple of years back, and it was really fascinating because it was a small private group, and they weren't very tech-enabled or pro-tech, and so the team were a bit apprehensive. And there were some people that barely used a mobile phone. But what was really fascinating, it was one of the sort of strong brands. What was really fascinating was the people that weren't advocates became advocates because, as a carer, it just made everything a lot better organised. Holidays, picking up shifts. So I think that's the interesting thing with tech. It's about how you can make your services better, which then genuinely frees up your attention to put it on something else. I mean, a great example with the care monitoring, when we put that first layer in, was that because there's a single source of truth for what's going on with the client, you can then look at it with one of your peers and then ask questions. Whereas before, you couldn't actually work out what was going on with the client. You have to look at notes and speak to all these different people. So well-designed tech can genuinely transform care services. But I think the challenge for all the tech vendors is to understand the context of care and to explain it well. It's not about the tech, it's about how you can then run your service better, how your team can work more effectively, and how your service can be better than it was. So the tech is just an enabler of a more modern workplace and providing better service, essentially. And that bit is quite hard to explain, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, a lot of the time, I guess what happens is the leaders, the owners of the companies are very excited about how the technology can save money, improve efficiencies, do that with different pieces, but then forget how much of a big change it is. Like you said, even the rostering system, which for me seems like an absolute no-brainer. But if you have a system and it's in place and it works, there's going to be a bit of pain for you to change.
Yeah, it's
right?
true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. And I think this is a difficult part for tech vendors to talk about with care providers because they want to sell, they want to get their customers. But actually, in a lot of cases, you need some decent project management that's really well organised. And then often, I'm going to say it, you need 3, 6, 9 months to bed it in. And the benefit, and it's a bit of a curve where the benefits start accruing. It's a bit like a new staff member. They're all smiling, they're okay, but they're not that productive to start with. But give them a few months and then it gets better and better. So it's somebody having the guts to say, in 6 or 12 months' time, our service will be a whole lot better. But for the next 6 to 12 months, it's a period of change, it's a period of transition, people are going to gripe. But then once they get it, the benefits kick in, and actually the benefits build. They're cumulative over time, and that's why I'm excited to promote tech, because it's about getting services to be better quality, better care, right?
We were discussing in the car on the way down about how, when there's a new technology that's offered up, people are looking for a reason not to use it. Whereas actually if you flip that idea and say, well, what's wrong with the existing system? Like, for example, cars, electric, petrol. If you said, well, we've invented this new thing. You just have to drive around with a huge tank of flammable liquid underneath where your children sit. You cool with that? And you sort of, I guess, when you're changing, say, your rotoring system, you say, well, yes, there will be things that happen that the new system's not going to be perfect. But if we were starting from scratch, would you really write out everybody's shifts, ring them up to check they're available? They don't have a record of it. You don't know when they're available on holiday or not. So it's really.
Well, and I think it's taken me a long time to embrace change, because part of me, does like the status quo. But I think one of the considerations for adopting some bold new tech is the actual risks you've got in your service right now. For example, without rostering, if you don't get your nurse shift right, you've got no shift, you've got no nurse to cover your shift. If the communications about who swapped with which shift doesn't work, you're actually going to run the shift short, which actually puts people at risk. So sometimes it's less about the shiny tech, and it's actually, let's look at the risks you've already got. I know you're able to live with them, but wouldn't it be better if you could reduce those risks? Because then that frees your attention up for the residents, for the staff, to lead the service even better. The minutiae of running it becomes easier, and that's the sort of magic of good tech, I think.
So obviously you've got tech kind of in and around your job title, company name. I'm going to have to ask you about AI. Anything happening interesting? Obviously, there's a load of developments happened recently, but the actual application of it can be quite problematic, difficult, complicated. Is there any good examples? Is there any, or we still got so many basics to sort that?
I mean, there's that generative AI project that Oxford University is doing with Katie Thorne and Daniel Casson. That's a session on a bit later today, which is really exciting. But I think it's certainly in the very early stages, and I think a bit like the conundrum between selling and benefit. If you talk to a care provider that does a certain process and then say, oh, great news, we don't need people, we can just press a button. It's like, well, but if it goes wrong, that's the safeguarding, I'm a registered manager, I'm getting put in prison for something going wrong. AI gives me no comfort. But actually, it just needs explaining and selling well. So if you would say, look, AI can automate a lot of the boring, non-value added stuff where you're just repeatedly filling in the same information on different forms. So let's agree how AI can just automatically do that for you, and that time means that you can then spend more time on analysis, problem solving, strategy, customer care. How does that sound? That sounds good. So So we've got to position it that AI is not taking over. It's an enabler for certain core processes, because rewriting something 3 times is no additional value.
Yeah.
So there's already AI in tech. It's just we haven't been talking about it. So I think the next step is to intelligently work out which bits where AI can add some value, and then when we're selling it to care providers, do it in a reassuring, clear way to say you still retain control. We're not letting the system take over. This is where it adds value by where you're just repeatedly doing admin tasks, and that frees you up to do the strategic human stuff, because we do need human oversight, don't we?
Yeah.
It's really important. Yeah.
And you know, an interesting application I tried to use AI to help me with was deciding whether I should open my coffee shop at 8 or 9.
Oh, okay.
So, and obviously I've got loads of sales data from my EPOS system, so downloading that and actually trying to look through it, and I was like, I can't, it's too many different things to look at once. So actually I asked AI to say, look, can you help explain what the level of sales were? Can you compare them with different pieces? And I was able to use that information with my own experience and knowledge, you know, to say, actually, yeah, the decision would be to not open at 8, open at 9 instead, because you know, so using it for things like that where you can help yourself make bigger decisions.
Got you.
Getting through data.
I'm with you. I mean, I was really slow to take up AI, your chat GPTs and perplexities and stuff like that. And my good friend Tim Dallinger, who's a social care trainer, he uses it, but like you, he uses it intelligently. He's a subject expert already. He creates his content already, but then he'll use AI to tweak or refine or to make a coherent sense of those 10 points. So I think, for me, that's reassuring, because AI is just looking at connections between data it's already got. So for me, it's reassuring that AI needs humans, and we shouldn't be overly reliant. We should be driving it and leading it, and intelligently using it. And I mean, we all see, LinkedIn posts where people have just, created something out of AI, and it has no value. And that reminds me that, there is a value in mastering a subject. There is a value in understanding stuff, isn't there?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite ready to take over the world yet, is it?
Yeah, not yet.
we're still needed for a little
yeah,
while.
Yeah, we're still
longer,
here for a bit longer. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming to see us today.
Yeah, pleasure,
and good to
have a great show.
Good to see you.
Thanks
and
a lot.
You too. Yeah, we'll speak soon.
Okay,
so
we'll
we will be back shortly with our next interviewee, which I believe is Paul Blaine.
All right.
Yeah, cool, clear. Thank you. So we'll chop it where it's live on YouTube. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show in London. We have our next guest in the studio. Paul, how are you doing?
I'm not so bad, not so bad. The weather's shining brightly and the place is packed out. So
Yeah.
really excited.
It is nice when the weather comes out, isn't it? And it gets a bit sunny, Down south it tends to do that. I'm not sure about up north.
No,
though.
up north, we might have a bit of sunshine today, but it's not like that out there.
Right, well, tell us about, you've launched something new recently. Do you want to tell us a bit about what you're up to at the moment then?
Yeah, so people would probably mostly know me for educational training in classrooms or virtual. So it was a time to step into the tech world of things and try and revolutionise something that's been around for a long time but never been done properly. So I built a product called Confident Competence, which is a product system where 99% of people would use an app. And from that, they're able to have access to hundreds of different competency assessments to complete on the staff through the app in real time. And the idea behind it is, one, meet the regulatory requirements of the inspectorate, but two, actually start to look at it saving money in these times on sending people on needless training year after year after year when they already know the alphabet. So the competency side of things is just tell me the alphabet and we can move on. So I'm probably shooting myself in the foot a little bit in terms of a national training company, but it's progression.
No, but I think you've always talked about that, though, haven't you? About the fact that people do these courses over and over and over, and they're there and they're not listening because they've done it. They did it last year, they did it the year before, and they're doing it to tick a box. And that actually, they are very experienced in this area, and they don't need this silly little course that, the educator doesn't want to deliver because the person's not listening, and vice versa. So I think it's a sensible move forward because ultimately you want to deliver training that's valuable and interesting for people, right?
Absolutely, and with competence or competency, it's not about removing education. Education has to be put in the first place or the first instance into place. But what we shouldn't be doing is going back and revisiting the exact same educational route, which is what's happened over the years from a compliance perspective because it appeases the regulator. So it was much easier to turn around and say, just make them do the same e-learning course every year or make them attend the same classroom training course. Now, in our education system throughout life, you would never find yourself stuck on the exact same content year after year.
Yeah,
Primary education, you go to year 2, you go to year 3, then high school, college, university. But in health and social care, it's kind of, no, do the same basic level and keep doing it. So I'm much more a case of, if you know it, prove it, show me it working on the floor, which has always been an action you're supposed to take. But ultimately, let's use that to disrupt the cycle and say, okay, well, if that saves us money here, where can we develop the progression side, which as business owners, ultimately, that's what we're after from our teams. I don't want to start someone 5 years ago and find 5 years later I've got the exact same person that walks through the door. I'm expecting you've had 5 years of experience, of knowledge, of lessons learned. Let's actually get the mandatories and the statutories done through competency assessment, see the support area that you really need, create a training pathway for you as an individual, and get on with the job. So, yes, I'm probably turning round to everybody and saying, let's stop doing repetitive stuff that we already know. Let's test it out to make sure that it does work, and then let's move on.
Because I suppose from the perspective of, if I'm an employee and I work 260 days a year, I might spend 5 to 8 of those days training, learning things within that working time. If I'm spending those 5 to 8 days doing the same thing over and over again, we're not developing them, right? So actually, for example, your manager is one of the key roles in the home. Should you be doing things like helping them with their leadership, helping them with other things, not those the basic skills that they should already have?
100%. I'm spending a lot of time doing this at the moment with managers across the country. So you've got managers who are very good operationally, and all the training they've ever had or the experience and knowledge has been from an operational level. Well, we've now moved into an era where we're asking them to look at their budgets very specifically and look at the return on investment they're actually getting out of that. And in some cases, turning around and saying, if it's not got a return investment, it needs to go. because of the economic times that we're in. Well, most managers ain't equipped to do that. It's a skill level in itself. So if I really want a top-tier manager now, I need them to have a bit of everything. I need them to be a CEO of their own business, their own centre, because some of these care services are employing up to 150 to 200 people. Well, that's the same as a Walker's factory that makes a crisps.
These are, £1-2 million businesses, right, that they're running, and often these people have no real commercial incentive or knowledge about how customer in, those things are about the basic functions of running a business, right?
Absolutely, and the system that I built, I've been speaking a lot this morning about it. If you integrate it into the heart of your business, there's so many actions that can be taken out of competence. Because if we look at it from, can we actually avoid needless training? The answer is yes. How do we do it? The system. And just to put it out there, it doesn't have to be a system. It can be any competence. If you're writing your own, good, use it, and make it that you're using it consistently, but reduce down that needless training. If you're looking at it from, let's say, for instance, both of us go for the same job, and we're both decided we're going to be care workers. I don't want to sound disrespectful to you, York, but I've got 30 years experience. Have you ever worked in a care home?
I have not, no.
But say we both get the same job. In our industry, they would put us both on the exact same training now as part of our induction. Exactly the same. Now, name another industry where they would take someone with 30 years experience and give them the same level of training as someone that's never done it. It wouldn't happen. So you should be competency assessing people when they come in based on their experience, based from their interview, their CV. Get out there on the floor, get working with them, and figure out what support they actually need to enable them to do the job you're requiring them to do. And that would allow you to fast track people through a system. So there's that. There's also, from a HR perspective, because we've got a library of competencies, if we find there's an area that's problematic to you and we want to see where it is, pick the competency and do it on the individual, and then have an action plan out the back of that. So when you're looking at it from integrating it into the heart of the business, actually what we're always looking for is confident, incompetent people. How do we do that? You have to check. That's the basis.
Yeah.
And if it's not working, do something. Instead of saying, oh, we'll put them all back on the same training course that didn't work in the first place.
Is there, so if we're thinking about, say, either a carer or a manager, what's hot now? What should they be doing? What courses should they? Your managers in your home. What was the latest course you put them on, or the latest bit of training you got them to do that feels really valuable for a manager?
This is going to play right into your field, marketing.
Yeah.
So I'm getting a lot of requests to go and deliver training to managers on sales and marketing. If I went back 5 years ago, it was all recruitment. There was recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
Now it's sales and marketing, because a lot of these businesses have voids. A lot of the private paying clients that they're trying to attract, they don't understand the market and how to actually attract those people to their service. Because everybody's been very much reliant, I would say 80% of the industry has been very much reliant on local authority funded clientele. The problem is local authority funded clientele aren't paying enough now in order to meet the requirements of the business. So you're getting a lot of CEOs, investors, owners turning around and saying, we need to increase a percentage rate of private paying clients. And you've got people that have never done a sales and marketing course in their life. So ultimately, it's a different form of networking. It's a different form of advertisement. It's a different form of attraction. I'm not saying that no one didn't have a choice, but certainly the private paying person has a huge choice.
Yeah.
And everybody's trying to attract them. So you've got to actually be able to go to the fishing pond with a bigger rod and a bigger piece of bait in order to get them. And a lot of companies now are actually realizing this, because they're turning around to managers and saying, oh, you've got to change this percentage. But if you don't give them the tools and the knowledge and the know-how how to do it, it's never going to happen.
Yeah. I think it's really important, isn't it, for the sector? And I don't think sales and marketing has to be a scary area. I think actually there's enough demand.
It can be fun
in the system. Yeah, it can be fun. Actually what you're doing on a very basic level is helping someone who's in distress. Yeah, and if you genuinely think your home can offer them the best care for their parent, you should be in there. You should be having that conversation, And maybe as the manager, that might not be you. There might be someone else in your team that could be that best person to hold that person's hand and walk them through the home. But you need to identify
Absolutely.
that.
It's actually teaching them how to put together a marketing strategy.
Yeah.
Is the key thing, and then work towards the strategy. And because they've never done it before, they've had no need. Well, now they have a desperate need, and it's not too late. And ultimately, it's reminding them that actually they're the expert at what they do. So be the expert, be known as the expert. We don't need you to change. We just need you to be in a situation where people can see you and hear you and want to come to you. That's what, explain to people that marketing is the shop window. Sales is a different kettle of fish, but marketing is lead generation. Be the lead.
I talk about the digital shop front quite a bit. The idea that, if the outside of the front of your shop is scabby and the paint's peeling off, it's not going to help you attract customers. So having your online presence look neat and tight, and it doesn't have to be. You don't have to spend loads and loads of money. You just have to make sure it's up to date. The photos look nice. These things just, and it works for people. So it's really, it's not rocket science. I don't think.
It's a bit like websites are probably my biggest bugbear. I've spent hundreds of thousands of pounds, if not more, on websites over the years for the different businesses. What you've got to work out is, are they actually doing what they're designed to do? And that's an attraction. I don't want somebody to go, I'm not Amazon. You aren't going onto my website and buying, right? You're going onto my website and looking and then making a decision for a call to action. So is my website going to give you the information to make that call to action? Is it going to be very clear? Are the pictures relevant? Are they taken on a nice sunny day? It's the amount of websites that I look at and care, and I go, this is shocking. If I clicked onto this, there's no way mum and dad's coming here, yet they're trying to charge fees of £1,600 plus a week. It's not going to happen. But also, don't complicate them. And you go to a web developer, and before you know it, you've got 16 pages, 10 click-throughs to get any information you would need. I want that information to be, we're the experts, come and talk to us.
Yeah, it's about building trust, keep it simple, and then pick up the phone and be nice when they ring.
That second part, absolutely.
Because without you can drive as many leads into your business as you want, but if you're not got the capacity to respond or the patience, because people will need to come and look around, and you need to build time in for that, and help the team understand what the value is of these people coming in. So it's a really interesting area. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, Paul, for coming along. It's
always
been
a pleasure.
Nice to talk to you as ever, and we will be back shortly with another interview. Thanks, mate. Enjoy. Hope it goes well. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show London. There's a real buzz around the place today. It's really, someone was watching the live stream and said to me, it sounds really busy. It sounds really, and I think it definitely is. You've got real vibe, and it's really different, I think, to the other shows. But yeah, I have my next guest in the studio. So would you like to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Anissa Byrne. I'm the new general manager at the Access, but for the care business, sitting under the Health and Social Care division. I've been with Access about 4 years. Previously still working in HSC, but now solely looking after the general manager of the care business. So my background is predominantly software, but banking, and we were chatting before, had a kind of whole full circle life moment because my family owned care homes. My mum worked in care for 15 years or so, and so seeing it from both perspectives, and I have the opportunity really to do something good at Access and try and make a difference really for the well-being of carers, because I've kind of experienced that, second-hand, first-hand in a way through my own family and how I grew up, and my mum working different shifts, etc. And now, talking to our customers and understanding the pain points and frankly, the hardship that some of our carers go through, and obviously being part of a family that sees that as well, I'm able to use software and build something hopefully that is, well, I know that will make a difference to the well-being of customers. So, yeah, lots of things going on, York, in terms of what we're looking at. We've recently taking all of this information from our customers and carers, saying, okay, well, what is it then that can really help? And so if I talk to you about some of the things that I have seen kind of firsthand with my own parents being in the sector, everything from, being able to access to their pay at an earlier point in time, because we know that's a struggle for lots of carers in terms of meeting their daily needs.
And that's a sort of recent development, right? Like,
which is
mad, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's such a shame, but I remember my own mum, she was a single mother as a carer with 5 girls at home, and, a washing machine would break down, for example. And then what do you do? Because, carers don't have a whole, big savings chest that they can draw upon. And so now we've, taking that kind of learning, we've built something called Access Early Pay, and it allows carers to access that, whether that be accessing cash sooner from salary for emergencies such as that, or actually they can also get vouchers. So in that situation, for example, you get a voucher, go and get the washing machine that is absolutely critical to you at that point in time, and get on with your life. And it's just it might sound something small and simple to us. We don't have that struggle every day, but I know it's a struggle every day. And certainly growing up in the sector with a mum that was committed to the sector, it's been nice to try and and it's been used, by the way, very, very very extensively by carers.
I think even just the advent of general digital rostering systems has really, I think, can really make a big difference in a care setting.
It's huge.
Swapping shifts, starting later, that gives that person much more, the carer at the end of it. Yeah, just much more visibility about what's going on, what their shifts are, for next week,
we put all that in one place, York. So we now have through Evo, which is our AI driven technology at Access, we've launched now an app specifically for carers. So we've got the Care Companion app, and that's really for carers to see everything that they need to see in that one place. So they can access money or discount vouchers sooner in time. So that helps. They can get reward and recognition from their bosses and potentially people that they care for or their families in one place. They can access their shifts in one place. It's trying to basically give control back to them and an area that they can use on a daily basis, that they come in, they look straight at the app and say, okay, what learning what can help me with my learning, what can help me on my daily with my daily life, other things that affect my life, such as my pay, such as buying things and discounts. Trying to put that all in one place, really, to really make a difference, so they don't have to go searching lots of different places for what they need, and whether that be a shift that that they can pick up in addition, or indeed now, what we're trying to do is accelerate the technology that's now out there to also make their lives a lot easier. So rather than having to complete lots of things manually, using voice recognition, AI technology to fill out even care assessment forms, for example, we have that technology now. And that then gives them more time back, and it allows them to feel comfortable that they can do a really good, we're not trying, coming from a family that worked in care for a long time, we're not trying to use technology that will never take away from the power of the patient. You have to have that one-to-one person-centered care. That's what it's all about. Actually, all I'm trying to do in terms of what we're trying to do at Access is actually use that technology in a way to give back carers more time. It's fabulous to see it working in practice with many of our customers.
So we've obviously over the last 5 years had a huge transition to digital, right? And not everyone's there yet, but a lot of organisations, especially ones you'll be working with, are there. What within, say, something like the rostering app, which is just in itself just a simple rostering system, is an amazing leap forward, right? Very simple, very simple but not simple.
Yeah.
And then now you've got the opportunity to build new features, and you mentioned, what do you think is something that's most underutilised that you would feel like this is a real feature that we think would massively benefit like carers or the organisational structure of a home, or what is there?
I think
Is there
there's
something?
a few things. I think the first one is now we have payments within Access Care rostering as well. So as a care business, you want to do any of your payment processing, etc., whether that be for private pay or through local authority, the payments that you effectively receive, you can do that all through the same Access rostering app. So you can do that all within one place now, where before you might have to go through different mechanisms as a business. So you have that all in one roof. And the second thing for us is definitely the AI tooling that we've now got available. Less so in rostering, but more so in the care planning side, because that actually gives back all that time to that person that's face to face, going back to carer kind of well-being, gives them a lot more confidence, right, to go in and give them time back face to face with the patient that they're looking after, or the customer that they're looking after. So I think that's the second thing, which is using AI to quickly fill out forms, etc., through voice recognition, rather than having to sit there and do all of that. And I think the third area really for me is around one of the areas that are not perhaps being used as much, and we would like to see it adopted a lot more, is around that tech-enabled care piece. So, that's care monitoring, so that before carer even gets to somebody's door, they can see, has that person got up, has that person brushed their teeth, has that person answered the door yet. So actually providing all of that information to a carer in advance of getting to somebody's home, it makes a huge difference.
One of the organisations we work with is called Just Checking, and they they've a really good system for sort of understanding what someone's pattern of behaviour is, so you can deliver the right care for them. So it's not about
it's not about replacing anybody.
It's about saying, right, there's no point going and seeing that person
Correct.
at 7:30 because they're not going to be ready.
Correct.
Actually, if we send someone at 10,
Correct.
that's going to be much more suitable for them, so we can deliver them better care
Yeah.
at 10. And sometimes that might mean that you can deliver them 25 minutes instead of 35 minutes, which ultimately, with a system that's under pressure, we need to think about that from a perspective. But so I think some really interesting benefits there.
And it's nice to know, in the place that we're coming from, truly trying to make a difference by stitching all this technology together. I think that's the key thing, right? What we are trying to achieve, or what I'm trying to achieve for our business, is making sure that you don't have to go and open 15 different apps for your business. Everything you need to run your business is in one place. And through our Access Evo, which is our AI technology, you're able to do that. Or you can see everything that you need as a carer in one place. Or equally, if you're if you're in the office, you can equally run your business again with everything in one place. And to me, being able to do that in a really streamlined fashion transforms, the ability of time that you've got to give back in other places. Because, like you say, it's massively under pressure, right? So there's lots of different areas that we can make a difference. Part of it is getting people adopting the technology.
So with AI, for example, with the was it Evo. What would be a good application that I might not think of as a carer or a manager or something like that? If you said, look, try this,
Yes.
what should I try?
I think I'd go back to the voice recognition technology, because if you are going to see a patient or a customer at the moment and you're a carer, then you're going to do all that assessment on your tablet, filling and clicking out forms, for example. But there's no reason why all those observations can't just be voice recorded. So, there's this problem, they've presented in this particular way today, there's these particular challenges, and that can take literally, hours, or somebody sitting in their car. What we find and what we hear from our customers is carers then leave the home with all their written notes, and then they're sitting in a car sometimes or on a bus, and they're filling those things out manually. Actually, we can help with all of that because we have all the forms, they're already embedded. We now allow our customers to voice record that and populate that all in those forms. You think about the amount of time that gives a carer back, rather than having to sit there, tippy-tapping it all out.
So it's smart enough, say, for example, you're doing you're a home carer and you're doing a diabetes check for somebody, and you would say into the app, did the diabetes check, the person's diabetes is reading with this.
Everything that you would need to fill out on a form, and an assessment form, which, each care company have slightly different forms, but they're typically quite similar. but each one of those forms, it can be, you would provide that information and I think in some ways, it's a lot more efficient because you can do it there and then rather than having to take notes, leave, and do it later on.
And I think with these systems, there is sometimes a nuance to maybe how you have to articulate the things that you want the AI to understand, but don't let that put you off. Like, try a few different things, so you might.
And that's what we're saying to people. Just give it a go.
Give it a go.
Give it a go, because I think it's like anything. Even as a in my own work using AI or ChatGPT or any of those things. At first, you start. I'm not quite sure if it will work, if it will give me the quality that I need. And that's really what we're saying to people. Just give it a go and see if it makes a difference. See if it makes a difference in terms of the number of hours that you can give back into care, in terms of person-centred care, rather than spending all that time on administration when really the technology now exists where you don't have to.
Yeah.
So, and I take that back again into my own personal story in a way and my background in care, which is, Mum used to spend so much time in her car, sometimes in the snow, filling out information, or she would leave and she'd perhaps done, half of what she needed to do there and then take a huge amount home. And really, I suppose in my my mission statement is to stop that happening.
Yeah,
and
then that's all there, and it's not accessible for other people who might need it.
No,
so, for example, if you want to go see how the appointment went for your nan earlier, that paperwork's not there. And actually, if there was an app, you can access that and you can understand what happened earlier, because then you say, Nan says the carer didn't come, and you say,
well, they did.
Actually, they did. They came, and this is what happened. Oh, yes, okay, I remember.
And we can see all that, and we can provide all that in a portal to the families of the people that get cared for through our Access, Tech into Care. That, there is a portal and a way for families to see actually what was the care was the care delivered, when was it delivered, etc., etc. So it all exists. It's just getting people to adopt the technology, and perhaps more stories like mine where they had come directly from the sector will help, where you can say, well, we had a problem with this, or Mum used to come back and take all that, have that all still on her shoulders.
The thing is, that's still going on, right? There's still that still happens, and it doesn't need to.
It doesn't
have to happen. Taking that away makes the job better.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's less stressful.
And it's such a purpose for me in terms of my job, and for all of my team, because it is so personal to my journey in terms of arriving at Access and my journey in terms of arriving with the team that I've got now. And many of us come with that family background. I mean, our Access Tech into Care, that was actually developed by one of our team members at Access, because his granddad had dementia. And, they would say to him, well, press a red button. But he didn't remember that there was a red button. And he tells this fabulous story about why he then went away and developed that 3 or 4 years ago. And we're super fortunate to have that now. We can help our customers with it. But that came from a similar place to mine, in the sense of this real personal story where you think, well, actually, technology does exist and we can make it, we can make a change with it. And that's just one example of, how we've now looking at these things within Access to try and say, okay, well, how can we really make a difference, not just to the businesses that we help, but the end users of, the people that receive that care, and most importantly as well, the carers, from a well-being perspective, give them much simpler way to access what they need every day to do their job. They don't feel so pressurized in the moment. It's all being done using AI, using technology in a way that then they can feel comfortable with saying, okay, well, that will all get taken care of. Therefore, if I need to sit with Mrs. Smith for another 10 minutes and, because she's lonely, for example, then I've got time to do that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming in. It's been really interesting to hear about your story. Very nice to meet you.
And
right, we will be back shortly with another guest. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from London. We have our last guest before the lunch break. Jay, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, York. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm full of beans. Just got my coffee, which is a bit late for me, a bit late in the morning, but there you go. So, Jay, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Sure, I'm Jay Dodia from Serene Care. My partner Palvi and I set up Serene Care about a decade ago now, and we effectively buy failing turnaround care homes, come in, refurbish them, make them fit for purpose, and repeat the thing. So we've got a group of care homes in the Midlands at the moment.
So, obviously, that's a slightly unconventional approach, right? Like, not everyone wants to buy a failing care home and fix it. Why did you choose to do that? And, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question, York. I think a lot of people would like to buy the failing home, and just because of the value you can create through it. But there's a lot of people who want to buy the existing home and make it better, which is great as well. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason why we did this is because of capital mainly. It's our own capital that we're putting in. So, we have to be a bit mindful about what we can buy, how much we can buy for, and how we can grow. And that's the predominant reason. The other thing is my background in investment banking and private equity. And it's always been in a turnaround, special situations kind of element. I like to buy something that I can see, that I can work. I know that I can turn it around and the value can be created. And the backstop is the property. We buy freehold, and that means if everything goes wrong, we've still got a property there which will be worth something. That means we don't lose the shirt on our backs.
Yeah. So, do you have a kind of base of rules? I guess not to give away the trade secrets. If that, how many beds, location?
Yeah, I mean, there's no secrets really. At the end of the day, everyone will have their own kind of criteria, what they're looking for, and what we started off with is not what we're looking for now because of what we've learned. And we're very happy, as you know, to speak to everyone and be an advocate and voice for the sector, because I think the more providers that can come in that can turn around these homes is better. At the end of the day, we've got a massive shortage of care beds. The new build homes, I agree, are fantastic, all singing, all dancing, but they're very concentrated in the southeast, and they're not replacing the beds we're losing, and we have an aging population. So the more we can do to make the existing homes fit for purpose, they have to be fit. The more we can do to keep the existing stock fit means we're creating resilience in the sector. And so I think that's quite important on a sector basis anyways. In terms of beds, it depends on where you're starting from. If you're a first-time buyer, go for a smaller care home, learn the ropes, and that's kind of what we did. We started off with a 26-bed home, and now we're buying, 60-bed homes. So you can kind of go up the value path. I think what we find is the sweet spot is around between the 50 to 60 beds. It's efficient from staffing perspective, it's efficient from operating perspective, and it's not too big to manage. Then you've got the beautiful 100-bed homes, but then those are very difficult because it's a lot more management, you have to have a lot more managers, and So again, just find what's right for you, see how you can make your mark, add your value, and work on that.
And what are you finding that really, so you go into a home, what are the first things that you do when you're turning around a home?
So first of all, it's getting buy-in from the existing staff, because generally we buy homes which are failing. Morale is very low, occupancy issues are very low, the environment's very dirty, tired. It's just not fit, like I say, for purpose. But the first thing is getting staff on board, and the way to do that is to have those individual conversations with the staff, making them, aware that they're secure in their role. You're not going to come in and look to change everything overnight. You want to understand how every home is its own individual, and you need to learn how it runs, what the dynamics are, all of that. But also make sure that you're willing to invest. So every time we buy a home, we have already know what investment we're putting in before we purchase it, and make sure we have the funding to do so, because it's very well and good saying, I'm going to come in and refurbish every bedroom and everything. But if you've got a 60-bed home and you've only got 20 residents, you're not going to be able to come in and do 40 beds in one day and not have it. So we have a phase plan, but we know what we're doing, and we know what we're going to do throughout the journey to make sure at the end of the period, all of those bedrooms are refurbished. And it's just making sure that's communicated very clearly to the families, to the staff, to all the stakeholders, really.
Yeah. And so how do you do that then? Is that, I guess from a business sustainability perspective, it's really important to get that because that's part of the value you're buying, right? When you buy the home.
Absolutely. So you need to make sure we're buying very well, that's affordable to us to whatever we're paying. And, we've got a lot of analysis we do before we buy a home. Our due diligence is immense. I bring in all my investment banking experience, my finance experience, property experience. Palvi brings in all of her operational experience. We know exactly where all the pitfalls are, what we need to invest in, how much it's going to cost us, and have a really clear idea, like I would almost say a business plan for each home, which has that level of detail within it. So we know that when we buy it, what we need to do to make sure we turn it around. And, we've been doing it for a number of years now successfully, so I think it's a model that works for us. In terms of sustainability, it's really important, but we try and do it on a cost-effective basis. So we're trying to put in as much as we can in terms of technology, efficiency, everything, but everything has to have a payback. A lot of people like to put things in for the niceness of it, and that's brilliant if you can afford it. Unfortunately, we can't afford that because we're a local authority run with loss-making and occupancy issues. So everything we put in has to have an ROI to it, attached to it. And for example, we're putting in solar panels across the group. But the reason we're doing that is not only it's one, greener and more energy efficient, but the amount we'll save on the electricity cost will mean that we're actually not paying anything for the solar panels because we can get it funded at a lower cost than the electricity would have cost us.
Yeah.
And the payback period on those solar panels is less than 2 years for us. So it really it's those kind of things that you need to take on board when you're putting anything in.
Because I guess from the perspective of the industry over the last 2 or 3 years, has been hammered from a cost perspective. Lots of costs have gone up, and the amount of money you can charge is going up a bit, but maybe not keeping pace. So are you looking for gaps in there because ultimately to balance that model? Is it is it different to what it was where in 2019 pre-COVID? When energy prices were a bit more stable, when staffing costs were a bit more stable, was it easier? Or is that, I'm not sure that's the right way
Well,
of
yes and
putting it.
no. I think costs in that respect were a bit more, stable, especially on the energy side. But staff costs have always been going up. Ever since we've taken over, the minimum wage when we took over was about £5, £6 an hour. Now it's more than double that. So effectively, those are the costs. And no matter what happens, the funding never matches the cost increase. So you need to find ways to drive those efficiencies and savings. The solar's become such an easy payback because of where energy costs have gone. Whereas 5 years ago, before everything happened in Russia and Ukraine, it wouldn't have been such an easy prospect to put in, but now it is. Similarly, the one thing you can't compromise on is the quality of care you give and the level of staffing you have and the care you have. But you can look at driving efficiencies in the back end, and that's what we're doing. We're building our own outsourced team in Kenya. I'm originally from Kenya. So we've built out a team out there who are helping support our homes on all the admin and back office functions. It's a fraction of the cost, but what we pay there is very high and very well paid for the local environment. And we're getting, qualified chartered accountants to do our bookkeeping and things like that at a fraction of the cost of something we'd pay in the UK, because these are not functions you need to have on site. You don't compromise on site, but off site, does it matter whether we're working from, down the road or if they're working from another country? It doesn't matter as long as they're working, right?
So you're taking sort of non-care critical admin and moving it to a place where it's like, I guess you've now got a small chain of homes.
Yes, we've got a small
You sort of
chain.
almost centralise that into a head office function.
Exactly.
To save time
Yeah, and
money.
then we also have UK head office functions. We're not getting rid of everything. If it's critical and essential in the UK, we have on-site head office as well, so we need those. But it's that support and additional thing that you don't need to have on-site. You can then move it anywhere in the world with technology, with the kind of, training that we provide and the systems we've built up over the last 10 years. I mean, we were already, before COVID happened, we were already working remotely. Coming from banking, we always had a technology-driven culture. And then we had young children. And as you know, Polly's been doing operations for the care homes since day one, but she couldn't be on site every day. So we had already set up these systems, and we're just enhancing and building up in a cost-effective basis.
And I guess you can take the learnings from the different homes and apply them to new ones. Is there any, as a homeowner, talking to another homeowner, who are you recommending? What things are you saying? You've got to work with this supplier, you've got to work with this provider. What's a really good? Obviously, there's a big range of stuff, right? But
there is definitely a range of things, and at the end of the day, what I say to anyone I recommend is make sure you do your own research. It's right for you, because what's right for me might not be right for you. But things you need to be looking at is, first digitization. I think everybody's on it, but make sure your care system is not just a care planning system, because the care planning is one aspect, which is very important. Remember, it's one aspect. If you've got a system that does everything across your care side, so ours does, care planning, but it also does rotas, staffing, HR, resident admin, lots of different things, all talking to each other because it's all within one system. It makes a big difference.
Do you mind sharing who you use?
No, not at all. I mean, CareVision,
Okay.
they've been fantastic. Honestly, We've been working with them for a number of years. Any issues, they make it right straight away. They're always innovative. They're driving a lot of things. We're also always looking to drive efficiency, so we're working with H2O Networks, Adam Abrami, and he's brilliant on the technology side, on the telephony side. So we've moved to a digital telephone-based system. We're not missing any leads. We've got all the numbers going into a central head office. We work with Connect Studios where it's answered off-site in a very professional manner if it's a new inquiry, because that's a big cost to us to get those leads in. So we need to make sure, we did a call service, blind calls to the care homes to say we need a bed, and we were very shocked by some of the responses we got, which was frightening really. So this has helped us to improve that side of it. We're using AI a lot. It's still very early stages, but where we can use it, again working with Adam, we're going to be putting in something whereby every call that we get in the care home is recorded, transcribed. If there's anything urgent on there, if it's like a medical call, if it's ambulance, paramedics, immediately you get an alert to the manager, to whoever you want, saying this incident's happened, so you're aware of any emergencies. Equally, if there's a complaint, you want to know about it, right? How to make it right. So having AI listen to those calls, send you those transcribes. That means that no matter what happens, you will always know what the feedback is coming into your homes. And yeah, it's very exciting times to do that. And I mean, that's just a fraction of what we're doing. We're using AI to monitor our residents as well, especially at nights, reducing their air. We work with Ears, Prad, who we met as well, and he's fantastic. He puts in a little monitor in the bedrooms. If the residents, start getting uncomfortable, start shuffling around, if they're at falls risk and they're about to step out of bed, Equally, if they start screaming and if there's in pain, and it's, working really well as well. So there's various ways to improve efficiencies without cutting.
So
staff.
there's tons of ways to make the care better while also saving money.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
that's you hit the nail on the head. We want to improve the care, so that's the primary threshold, but it has to pay for itself.
Yeah.
And if we can marry the two, then it becomes a no-brainer.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time, Jay. It's been
worries.
nice to see you in the studio.
You're welcome.
Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
We will be back in about half an hour, 40 minutes after lunch. Thank you. Welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio. Me and my team have had our lunch, so we've got full tummies, nothing in our teeth, I hope, and we're ready for like a load of interviews this afternoon. No breaks either. I've got just back to back all afternoon, so I'm hardcoring it from 1 until 5, and then we're done for the day. But so we have James in the studio with us. Hi, James. How you doing? Perfect. So what does that mean? What do you do? Yeah, tell us a little bit about it. Oh, sorry, your mic's not on. Okay. There you go. Perfect. So,
Are we there?
yeah, okay. We'll roll again.
We'll roll again.
It's fine. Yeah, things go wrong when you're live. It's all good. So, James, tell us who you are and what you do.
So, Product Marketing Director at the Access Group. And that really involves engaging across our health support and care division, which is both our health sector, local government and care. And it's about how we bring those things together and have a consistent view. But really, my passion is technology. Very much focused into the care sector, but 25 years in technology. So it's about how do we use innovations, technologies to drive those kind of marginal gains and efficiency and benefits into the sector.
Perfect. So we were chatting before we went live about technology and all things, and talking about how amorphous it can all feel and how kind of unobtainable, ununderstandable it is. But when you boil it down on a human level, what for technology, what's it about for you? Like, how does that articulate itself for you? And sort of,
I think it's a real challenge, and I think nobody is going to turn around and say they don't have an ambition to use that latest technology. I think the challenge we all have is that ability to turn that level of ambition into action. How do I go about using it, and what benefit is it really going to bring? And I think that's where we really need to think about those small elements. What is the biggest challenge I've got, and is the technology available that will allow us to address that? And I think we see constant change, constant evolution of technology. But think about it at a really personal level. Like, what is it I need to address? And in most cases, technology exists. It's just how do we apply it in the right way?
So how do we apply it? So obviously we talked about you've got you work for an organisation that has a wide range of different technologies and softwares, and that idea that they're, now more than ever, they're connected. The finance part is connected to the rostering, to the care planning, to the how do we complete that circle? Because we're not quite there yet, are we? There's still work to do.
Yeah, I think we're fortunate to be in a position where we can have a common format that which all of those products sit on. And historically, it's been about how do I surface a level of insight and value from that data that's hosted within those products and services. It's about thinking about what solution am I trying to address, and it's about how do I interact with it. I think that's the biggest thing, is that actually, do I need to have a data scientist in order to pull out that value data? Do I need to have BI experts in order to create those dashboards? That's no longer the case. And I think through the power of having AI, or for us it's an Evo platform, you have the ability to interact with those services in a far more human way. So we talk very much about our policies and procedures. Policies and procedures, probably one of the most boring topics. And actually it's just a checkbox exercise in most instances when you think about it. But actually, from a policies perspective, hugely valuable to protect an individual, protect those you're looking after. So being able to just ask in natural language, how do I lift someone safely, or how do I accept a gift? And it going into your policies repository, pulling and surfacing that information, you then say to it, actually, any chance you could give me that in Romanian? It translates into Romanian. You can digest that immediately from your mobile app. All of a sudden, you're not only delivering a greater level of compliance, but you integrate that with your learning management platform, and it surfaces then that learning for you to do afterwards. So you're helping look after people better, higher quality of care. You're giving them greater confidence because they know they're doing the right thing. You're not phoning into a care office asking them to surface that information for you. And you can promote greater levels of learning and understanding through what is a very typically boring subject.
Yeah. So I guess, break it down even more, did you say, how can I accept a gift?
Yeah,
Was one-
for
yeah.
example.
Okay, so you ask your company's AI or the AI they use, and then that references the policy. So what you're doing there, in essence, is rather than going, okay, this is the question I have, so which policy do I need? Okay, I'm going to go to the policy folder, I'm going to click in, I'm going to look for that policy, I'm going to open that policy. God forbid it's not a 25 megabyte Word document that takes a minute to open. Yeah, and then I'm going to read through it and try and identify and articulate, because it might not be written in plain English. It's probably not written in plain English, is it really? No. Okay, how do I interpret that? Whereas actually, if you take that process, and that might only be 2 or 3 minutes, but if you can break that right down into that simple question, and you can use, okay, yeah.
And I think that's just one marginal gain. And I think if you then begin to apply that same thing to say, okay, how do I add that capability into my care planning? So integration of things like AI Smart Notes. Just rather than going back and writing those care assessment forms, just talk into your mobile device and it directly map all of those elements into your forms, which is what we have in Access Care Planning. So that then all of a sudden removes that requirement to do that, and also has the ability to recognise voices. So if you need to demonstrate the individual you're looking after is their opinion, actually you can, with their consent, just record, and it will pull out and filter both of those things. At the back of that, you need to write a note to the family member and say, on the recent visit, just ask it to write a letter to Mary, and it will format it in the right way with all the key outcomes that were taken part of that conversation, and send that letter to Mary. So all of a sudden you're seeing real benefits. Again, marginal each time, but a 40% saving in writing up care notes is not necessarily marginal, it's probably fairly fundamental. But there are these marginal gains all the time, and there where we begin to see the value coming through.
So you mentioned that the work you're doing with the NHS and saving like time on notes. How does that actually work then? To break it down to talk about can you talk about a trust?
Yeah, so I mean, I think if we're running quite a few of the Smart Notes, or we have similar products, but Smart Notes, which is basically doing the same thing, which is about how do you update patient records. I always like, to be honest, one of the demonstrators I like best is actually a social worker, because it's the ability to take. So as part of the interaction, you're recording that conversation, you've predefined the template that you would need to send in to various places, so whether that into the mental health, etc. And it defines and puts all of that information from that recorded conversation from whoever is in the room, but actually one of the individuals in the room at the time was the lady's son. And you have the ability for it to then produce that letter for the lady's son in a language that a 10-year-old will understand. So it will say, Mummy's going to feel a little bit tired mid-afternoon most days. It's all right, just support her and look after her. She's doing really well. Don't forget to make sure she takes that pill in the evening. Just give her a little reminder. But it can write it in a way that's... And you're then beginning to engage on a far more personal level. But technology's supporting and complementing that, and I think that's, for me, is the key thing, is tech being complementary to the individual delivering that care, that service, and helping enhance what they do.
And making those notes, I guess, more human in a way, so I suppose there's medical notes, and then there's, notes where you're communicating with someone, over time, they're not there when you need to tell them something, so you're telling them something for later.
And also readable. So if we take one without anything else, how an individual writes those notes up, depending on what's necessarily their first language, the tone of voice that they're perhaps using, the phraseology they use for some of the things they've heard. If you're trying to look at those notes at a secondary glance, actually that can become quite difficult. Or write those notes up on behalf of somebody else. It's being able to actually understand everything that's there. So removing that element of human error, if you like, and having it in a very consistent way, it adds massive benefit and efficiency.
And then, obviously, working with local authorities, what are they using this stuff for? How are they using it to kind of make efficiencies? And
so we tend to see it in social care more than anything, but for us, the Evo AI piece is about how that level of integration. So how do I take technology-enabled care within a care environment, feed into the social care mosaic systems, for example? How do I take that and feed it into a digital EPR, kind of our Rio Health EPR system? Or how do I filter that data into the care planning solution? That then begins to give you that greater insight. So all of a sudden you've got connectivity across those three core areas, which is key. But equally, looking at things like overnight care. If you're using tech, how does tech support increasing the amount that you can support overnight? Does it tailor the way in which you use a district nurse versus a carer, because you have greater insight of that particular individual? And you can only get that by feeding that data back into other systems and that level of integration to say, as a carer walking up the pathway, I know that York got up at 5 times during the night and used the bathroom, probably ought to check hydration levels.
It's those 2 pints I had before I went to bed, wasn't
Always
it?
the way.
Okay, well, it's really interesting to sort of, and I think that's the thing that we have to do as a sector, is try to help people understand what this technology stuff means and what this AI stuff means to them. You know, what change that can make, and you know, each person involved in care has a different objective. Like the owner's objective is going to be different, but everybody is trying to just deliver better care overall. And you know, if we can do that more efficiently and make it easier and more enjoyable for people, I think that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, and I think it's less about being purely technology providers. It's about technology partnerships, because you need the sectors, whether it's this sector or another, all need to work collaboratively together, and it's about the partnership between you and the provider of that care. We're the technology experts as tech providers, so let us partnership and help you understand where those benefits and gains can come from.
Perfect. Right, well, thank you very much for coming to the studio. It's been good to see you, and we'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show London. We have our next guest with us, Amy. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Would you like to tell us who you are and what you do?
I shall. My name's Amy Lewis. I'm Managing Director at Just Checking. We provide activity monitoring services using sensor technology to help people live a bit more independently, reduce their restrictions down, understand care and support needs. So we help a lot of local authorities to deliver better care by understanding through data evidence where care should be placed.
So if we break that down, what's that look like for kind of an actual local authority? Like, you know, what's the process? How does it work?
There's kind of two options or two sides of the work that we do. The first is taking kind of a pre-packaged box, a plug-and-play system as we call it, and that could be purchased or you could hire us in to support your assessment process. And we work with social workers, we get the processes in place, we have a team that are there to take calls or inquiries, and the idea is that a kit is installed around a person's property, so we take a series of different sensors, so it could be motion sensors or activity sensors or a weight sensor for under a chair or a bed, that kind of thing.
Temperature as well?
Temperature, heat, light, yeah. And we can use all of those different data points to understand someone's movement around their home and really get a picture and a feel for what's going on for them at home. So if somebody's new to adult social care and you're not sure where or how they should be supported, it can be really useful to put the system in for a couple of weeks, use that information. There's no cameras and there's no audio. I think people are sometimes worried about, being filmed at home, which is a complete understandable concern. But when they see how it just is marked on a chart effectively, and it's just about what that information can tell us. So it could tell us that somebody's getting up at 10 o'clock every day, missing breakfast and staying up later at night, and actually they're reverse cycling their sleep, or it could tell us that they're wandering and leaving the property. They might have early onset dementia, or they might be struggling with certain tasks at home. So we can have a look at all of that information. We provide
a really solid way, isn't it? So it's real, and again, right into details like drinking and opening the fridge and things like that, to really get quite a full picture of what someone's sort of health, general well-being habits are, right?
That's it. And we can sequence those sensors together. So exactly as you've said, we can kind of get a better picture with more granular detail if we've put a sensor on, the fridge and the tea cupboard and the cutlery drawer. Actually, that's a really good indication that a drink is being made, not just somebody's been in the kitchen. We can't tell so much from that. So we'll use all of that and we will analyse that information. So we have internal analysts, data analysts that look at that information. We automate a certain element of it, but we think it's quite important to have that human verification. So people, we have quite a lot of care experienced staff within our team as well, and they will understand what's going on for people, convert that into a very readable support for social workers who haven't got time to go in early doors. We would probably train teams up and expect them to be able to understand that information, or have experts in-house in the local authority that would do it. But we've grown over the years and learnt that actually we need to take that pain away. So we'll provide that reporting, and they can just pick that report up at the end of the couple of weeks and use that as part of their care needs decision. And we have it used for panel decisions. It's used across the board. We've had it used in investigations. It's quite reliable information.
Yeah, and so you work with quite a lot of local authorities, don't you? So what is it that they love about the product? Why do they choose to use it? I guess you laid that out a little bit, but that system goes in for a couple of weeks. What's the enablement for them afterwards? What do they get out of it from that perspective?
I think everybody knows social workers are rare, getting rarer. They're time poor. They've got a lot more cases to handle nowadays than ever before. And actually, the feedback that we get from social workers is just a really valuable tool as part of the work that they do. We know that there's long wait lists for assessments now, and the teams that we work with most solidly are seeing that reduction, so they can see that they can put referrals into us. We'll deal with that. Perhaps there's clever ways of doing it, like when somebody puts a referral into adult social care, we can go and get the system in early in that first couple of weeks. So whilst they're sat on the wait list, it feels like they're being responded to much quicker. So there is something going on. They're not just sat there waiting. So it's dealing with those kind of problems. But also, when the social worker is ready to pick that up, when it becomes part of their casework, then they've got a wealth of information to start that assessment from. It's not just going from zero.
Yeah.
And it's used across the board, and we discover things that they probably wouldn't have known. Well, they wouldn't have been able to look for, because we're basing it on 24/7 cycle of someone's life. We're looking at 2 weeks, but we're not looking at a glimpse of time in that. We're looking at the whole picture. So it'll be things. Quite often people find that overnight observations are really, really useful, because it's not something they would normally see. So yeah, I think it's just a really good part of their toolkit, really, to get them moving quicker, having lots of good information to go by, and getting the right results for people.
It's interesting. I'd never really thought about it from the perspective of when someone's waiting and it feels like an action's happening. Obviously, an action is actually happening. It's in my coffee shop, where you try to balance the time the person waits to be served against the time that they're waiting for their drink. And if either one is too long, then that's not good. So it's actually, you go, right, can you acknowledge them, can you bring them forward? So I suppose part of that process to keep those people that are probably frustrated immediately waiting, and then take the guesswork away. So like, rather than, oh well, let's just send someone for 15 minutes 3 times a day, and then they, after 3 or 4 weeks realise that's just a waste of money, because actually it'd be better to send someone for half an hour once a day. So it in theory enables much more efficient application of the work, the care that's needed.
Absolutely, and we see that as well. Another point that you're making there is that during that wait time, there's other things that we can be doing. So we have notifications and alerts that can be set up. So if there's a risk during that time period, we can use the system to kind of mitigate that risk a little bit. So we can set up alerts around wandering. If somebody's left the property at night, if that's one of the concerns, then we can set up alerts around that. And we can bring family groups into that circle as well. If they are worried and if they are starting to get frustrated, actually they can be using the system during that time period to view what's happening for mum or dad at home. Let's say it's that situation. And they can be stepping in when they need to as well.
So you were here today doing a talk on one of the panels and talking about data. What were you talking about? What are the highlights that people should be understanding about data and how we use it and what it is?
Yeah, I think we're in quite an exciting time around data. There's a lot of it about, and we're at a time period, I was saying in the talk, that I think when tech in social care is quite young still, we know that. When tech or innovation is in its infancy, you find that solutions pop up independent of one another. They're kind of like, we're fixing a problem and that's where we sit and we'll go in to deliver that, like digital care records or sensor technology for monitoring, that kind of thing. And we're probably in an interesting phase now where we're talking about how these things, we're talking about interoperability for years, but actually I think we're getting to the point now where we're genuinely looking at how these things can play together and what that looks like for people. So we were talking about that. We were talking about how AI tools can probably help to analyse some of the different sources of information. So, for example, our systems will generate quite a lot of passive events. So, what's happening, you can kind of map it out in terms of somebody's day, maybe like what their sleep looks like. Was it restful or was it restless? And was there noises in the neighbourhood? There's kind of lots of different information we can pick up from sensors that wouldn't be gleaned from other technologies or digital tools like care records. So if we're able to start pairing those together, then we can form quite a good basis for analysis to understand the root cause of things. And I think we do all of these things now manually, and I think that's it. It's the next stage of development, isn't it? About how we can get data from the systems and the situations that they currently sit in, performing a role for someone. But actually, there's multiple people that could probably feed into that. So how can we then link to clinicians, or how can we then start mapping that out in a way that the person wants as well? Because there's a consent risk.
I think that's the thing, is that you've got, as well as the consent on the side of the person, it's how, the doctor or the carer or their family can understand the information as well, because each of those people is going to require a slightly different version of that information. Like the stuff that the doctor will want will look different to what the family wants to understand about, and how do we use AI, data, connecting things together to get that without creating some weird, AI, you get a report about your granddad, that makes no sense.
And too much information. Like, we shouldn't be sharing information around that people don't need to know. That's the thing, isn't it? So I think it absolutely is about tech suppliers and tech users being in communication with one another. Like, we can't be going off developing things that we think people might want or need in the future. It really needs to be closely linked to the real world problems and the reality of what's happening now, because it's really specific functionality in lots of cases. And like you say, it might be only 1 or 2 pieces of information that somebody needs. We need to make sure that it's not overkill as well. I think working with we've got an internal development team, and they're amazing. Their personality type is that it could do this, it could do that, and that's brilliant. That's what we need. We need that innovation, but we need to fine tune that and get that specifically down to the features and function that we need.
I mean, things like being able to use AI to answer a question about somebody rather than having to go into the data. So, for example, you're the social worker that's looking after Dave, and you want to know what time Dave goes to bed at night, and you can ask the AI, and it references the data that Just Checking's provided and says, typically, Dave goes to bed at 10 o'clock. However, every other Thursday, there's the racing on, and he stays up and watches the race, or whatever it is, that he can articulate in a way that then, rather than having to go and dig into the information, look at it all, and try and articulate that yourself, that we can use that brain power of the AI to answer the questions that we need easily.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You're there in that particular scenario. You've used different source points, haven't you? So there's different pieces of information that have come from different places, and we need to match them together in order to spit out a version of that information that's useful to the person at the end of it.
Should we talk a little bit about the other sort of subset product, Just Checking, and how that works? And it's a similar technology, but it's applied in a slightly different way. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
So I joined the organisation after 20 odd years supporting adults in more complex environments, and the exciting work that we've been doing over the last 5 to 6 years has been around building this bespoke version of the sensor package that we deliver with Just Checking. So that system has been co-produced in supported living settings, generally for adults with learning disability, autism and mental health conditions, and it's about using the sophistication of the bespoke nature of that system to really dig down into the detail of the activity that we're trying to see. And there's the purpose behind it is to be able to remote monitor certain events and provide people that time and space. And we, in the talk today, we focused in on one person specifically who's been a very long time, 20 years in hospital setting, that is now able, through the right environment and through the technology, to be able to live independently, freedom of movement in his own home, and the kind of complexity of that situation and how it works. And really, it's great. This is the part of all of it. I love all my job, but this is the bit that really excites me, because this is where we're starting to use technology to change lives. And our feedback has been from individuals using it, from clinical directors, is that, one person said it's life-saving. Several people have said that are being supported have said it makes me feel safe. I feel like an adult now. And
so this is typically used in like adult social care settings for like not elderly adults.
No, so it'd be working age adults.
Yeah.
Generally with generally who have probably been supported 24/7, that most of their adult lives, if not all of their adult lives, and it's about using the sensor tech to alert staff to events when they need their support. So what that does is it creates opportunities for staff to leave their accommodation. So, and it might be 10 minutes, it might be 20 minutes in a day, just so they could decompress. It might be linked to distress behaviours and the struggles that they have with having staff in their environments at all times, or when they're becoming anxious, actually they need more space and they need people to clear out. Or it might be a genuinely planned situation where we're trying to step up a skill set. So it might be, right, well, if I'm in the property, you're going to lean back on me to make your drink, but actually if I'm not there, let's see how that happens. So we're using it in lots of different ways.
And typically applied in a kind of, obviously there's a multitude of use cases, but in a kind of sheltered housing complex is a good use case for it. So where you've maybe got 40 independent living flats together in one place, something like that?
Yeah, it tends to be mainly because of the level of complexity that we generally support. It tends to be more 5 to 6 bungalows, up to 20 maybe in one location. It's just a nice kind of size really in terms of that team and that space, and to ensure that it's very person-centred still. Those setups work really well. And then we'll go in, we'll work with the teams, understand the requirements of the person and how they want to be supported at home, and we'll build a tech package around that. So it might need to be flush fitted because of tolerance of things sticking out in the environment and picking behaviours or others. It might need to talk to other devices, so we'll bring those devices in as well and include that as part of it. And generally what happens is that we set the alerting system and the monitoring system up around individual behaviours and risks that we need to identify and respond to.
So that might be leaving the property or spending too long in a certain room or not spending enough time in a certain room, to understand that without having to visually monitor people or go knock on the door and let yourself in or something like that, because that's intruding on their privacy.
Yeah, that's right, and it just gives people that space in their own home. People use it really around, it can fluctuate in the day even, so it could be that within a 24/7 period that they've only really need to step out for 10 minutes, and that's okay, if that's how it works for that person. But we're working towards greater independence. We're working towards that feeling of autonomy, like I own my home, it's my front door, like I decide when staff come in. It's all of those things. So that's what we're working towards.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you very much for coming to the studio today. I hope you had a nice, caring conversation.
I did, thank you, York.
All right, we'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back. That was a short break and we're back with another interview ready to go. Ben, how are you?
Well, how are you?
I am lovely, thank you very much.
It's been very warm.
Bit warm, yes, a bit warm, but we'll just try and be still and calm and relaxed and not get too sweaty. Yeah, and then it'll be fine. So Ben, tell us a bit about who you are and what you do.
So I'm Ben Miller. A lot of people probably know me from LinkedIn. I usually waffle every morning at 8 o'clock. Haven't for the last couple of months. Been taking a break from LinkedIn in terms of doing regular posts. I'm currently a care consultant for Cornerstone Care. I haven't revealed that yet, so that's breaking news, I suppose. So currently just doing some consultancy work for them in a care home in Swansea in Wales. And it's going well so far. I've been there for 2 months. Nice to have a bit of a break from care home management, because I've been doing care home management for nearly 10 years now. And I went from a home that I was with for 17 years, 8 years as manager, doing some turnaround and interim work. I was getting quite burned out, and so just kind of taking a bit of a change and gone on to consultancy at the moment, and it's going really well. I've absolutely loved it.
I mean, I guess, as you know, care home management is a heady existence, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, and it was the on-call, the team building. When I was doing interim management, which I really enjoyed, but I really enjoy building teams and getting to know people. And it's hard to do that when you're only in a home for 2 to 3 months at a time. This is kind of, I guess, a transition for me. I wanted to go into consultancy when I left my first management job, but there were a variety of things. I kept getting told I didn't have the experience. I've done it in one home, but could I do it in several homes? So I'd like to think that going into doing turnaround projects for the last year has helped with that.
I mean, if you've been a manager of a home for 17 years, I'm not sure how much more experience you could really have.
No, I've been at home for 17 years, not manager.
Okay,
I'm not that old. But this is it. And 2 outstandings, 15 awards, variety of podcasts, and team members doing loads of talks and things. Apparently I didn't have enough experience, which I get to a point, I kept getting told, but you haven't managed big homes, you haven't managed smaller homes, you haven't done any regional work. But care is care at the end of the day.
Ultimately, the principles are the same, right? Like,
I'd like to think so, yeah. It's like when you go to these talks about how to improve your CQC rating and stuff like that. And whilst, I get the principles, I said good care is good care wherever you go. And so long as you're championing the people you provide care for and the people you're supporting, then that's all you need to do, really. And, being able to go into working as a consultant, it's been really good to support managers support their teams, which is kind of the next step I wanted to take. I wanted to be able to support people to build cultures. I've been in one home for 2 months now, 8 weeks. It's been really good. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Working as a consultant for a consultancy company as well, it's been great. My manager, Lucy, hugely supportive, and the whole team's great, really inclusive. And I found a place that hopefully, I'm not jinxing this, that I'm kind of call home for a couple of years, maybe even longer, who knows.
So I feel like we've got to know each other through this sort of journey of these short 10-minute interviews where we often talk about quite deep, meaningful things, and well-being is something that we typically talk about. So, last time we talked, you were in a place, you were in a different place before that. What's your place now? And how are you and how are you doing? And are you happy to talk about your journey a bit more?
Yeah, we did. We talked about well-being last time. The time before that, like you said, I came on and smiled and acted like everything was really good. I was, for me, overweight and struggling. In fact, it was almost a year ago. It was a year ago yesterday that I left that job that I've been manager for 8-9 years in. So I was going through a really tough time. But, you've got to smile, as a bloke, you've got to smile, put a brave face on things. So then when I came back in October in Birmingham and spoke to you, I lost 2 and a bit stone. I've managed to keep it off, which I'm really happy with. And I'm still running. It's the 30th of April today, so I've just done, it's not a big challenge, but I set myself the target of every single day in April I had to do a minimum of 30 minutes exercise outside, walking, running, whatever. And I've achieved that, which I'm really happy with.
Oh, congratulations,
Yeah, no, I'm well happy.
It's not easy, right?
No, it's not.
It really isn't, to find that time. You've got family as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got 3 kids, and also at the moment where I'm working an hour and 20 minutes away from home as well. So there's a lot of driving involved.
Yeah.
So to get up early and do those walks, I mean, I got up early to come to here, and I did that. And then emotionally,
so I think you should actively give yourself a pat on the back, because the majority of people can't achieve that. I'm not capable at this point in my life of doing that. and it's something I would like to do. I'm trying to build movement into my existence, and it's really difficult because actually when I'm in the mood, I've got stuff to do, and I don't have time. There's time, right? But it's
Life
actually
gets in the way.
matching up the time and energy, I think, is the difficult bit.
Yeah, it was a challenge, and this is why I set myself the target of doing it every day. So I looked at March, and I think I'd kind of been active for like 25 days out of the month. So I just thought, well, I could do it. And there were days, mainly Saturdays or Sundays, where I'd get up and I wouldn't do a lot. You know, Sunday's my rest day. That's when I go to football. I don't play, I coach, so I'm just on the sidelines, and then I come home and watch Super Sunday and chill out on the sofa all day. So it was making that active, conscious effort to, normally I'm stationary or not doing a lot on this day, so I need to make an effort to get up early and just go for a walk, get out of the way maybe. And it's helped emotionally to put me in a much better place as well. And I think that being able to just keep the weight off has also helped, because there was a point in time earlier on this year where I finished some interim work and I was looking for a new role. I got a new role, but it didn't work out right from the outset. It was one of those, it wasn't probably ever going to work, but I wanted the role, so they wanted me, so we went, we'll give it a go. After a week, we were both like, unfortunately, and that was mainly travelling, that was just a lot of distance. So we decided to cut ties with that. So then I found myself in a position where for about 2.5 weeks I was unemployed, and I was there just kind of like, well, this is crazy. I've got all this experience, you know, as a manager, all this success, I've got all these qualifications, and I had all these recruiters contacting me, and one of them said to me, this is going to be so easy to find you a job. And I never heard from him again. And I was just there like, I felt unemployable. And then luckily through LinkedIn, somebody contacted me. Well, Lucy contacted me and said, might have a job for you. And the rest is history. And I'm so grateful for her for that opportunity, which just goes to show that posting regularly on LinkedIn, even if it is waffle, can get you somewhere. And that was really good of her to take that chance on me, because I'd never worked as a consultant before, and we're doing really well. But being able to keep my physical health to a certain standard really helped me in that time, because it would have been easy to just get miserable. I was at home all the day, bacon sandwiches, takeaways, chocolate, all that sort of thing. But I kept myself busy when I wasn't job searching. I was walking and just trying to keep myself active, and that really helped.
Going back to Birmingham last year, which was like what, October last year, right?
October,
I was
November.
not in a very good place mentally then, and you do the thing you kind of have to, right? Like, and I advocate the idea that sometimes putting the brave face on can be helpful, right? They can, you know, within reason. And I've been having therapy and working on my mental health, and I'm now sort of getting to the point where I've sort of worked through some of those demons, and now I'm trying to work on the physical side of my health, because recognising there is a real, true, intrinsic link between all of it. You know, just something like going for a half an hour long walk is good for both your mental and physical health. So, yeah, I think it's really important that you build that in. Is that why you're doing the sort of physical health for the...
Yeah, it is. I think I've always been one of those managers. We might have talked about this in one of our previous talks, where for care home managers especially, people will come to you all the time. You've got to be a counsellor or a therapist as well as a manager now. You know, you can't say to people, suck it up, or, oh, that's a shame, get back to work. You've got to support people. And I wanted to practice what I preach almost, because it's all very well saying things like go to the doctor, go and get therapy, have a massage, go for a walk, all of those sorts of things. But if you're not doing them, then you shouldn't be, in my opinion, telling people what to do. So it's one of those things where I want to be able to demonstrate to people what I can do, and it's working for me. And there's a rumour, my colleague who's with me, Laura, today, she knows more about this than me, but apparently from my post on LinkedIn where I'm documenting about some of the running that I'm doing and walking, there is a WhatsApp group for managers called the Active Managers or something like that, where their aim is to walk/run 5K based on my LinkedIn experiences, where I was saying that I was going for runs and walks and things like that. I haven't heard much about it since, but if that is the case, fair play to them for doing that. Because that's the sort of thing that we should be championing for our managers and for our leaders, because I think it said, you know, life gets in the way a lot of the time, and, you know, you go home and you've got to adult, haven't you? You know, you've either got to carry on the work that you haven't done at work, or you've got to wash up, take the kids somewhere, do this. The next thing you know, it's 9 o'clock and you haven't eaten yet, and you've got to sit down and you know, the Arsenal game's on or something like that, and you've got to, you know, do stuff. So it's just a case of organising that time. I get up at 5:05 every morning so that I can be at the house for a walk, 2.5 miles by 5:30, and then it's done for the day then for me. But then I concentrate on things. I concentrate on work. I normally do 11,000 steps in a day. That's my target. Saturday and Sunday I go for a run, 5k. I don't want to run more than that. I hate running. I despise it, but it keeps me fit and keeps me active. And then maybe I'll go for a run one evening as well. Sometimes now I've started doing, and that's it for me. I'm not doing anything major. I'm not going to the gym. I'm not doing weights at home or anything like that. It's just really simple stuff that people can do, but you've got to allocate that time to do it, in my experience.
Have you got one piece of advice for a manager who's maybe working with a team member who's going through something difficult? Yeah, just a piece of advice for someone in that position?
Listen to them. There's a really good book by Michael Bungay Stanier, I think his name is, called The Advice Trap. He just basically talks about why giving advice doesn't work, you know. And let's be fair, it's easy for me to say, you're struggling, go for a walk every day. I know the benefits, you probably know the benefits, but me telling you to do that or giving you advice probably isn't going to make you change your habits. Whereas listening to them, letting them talk about it, and then helping them find their own solutions. What do you think you can do about it? Is there anything you can do? How can I help you? You've just told me this information. How can I help you with that? And like I said, helping them find their own solutions almost without telling them what to do, because the answer is normally flipping obvious and you feel like you shouldn't have to hit them over the head with it. But sometimes they need to find their own way in life. You know, I said, it's all very well saying, go to see a therapist, see your GP, get a massage. People don't want to do it.
Yeah.
You know?
And they probably know the answers already, but there's something else standing in the way. And that's really interesting. I might check that book out. Was it The Advice Trap?
It's called The Advice Trap by Michael Bungay Stanier. He's got two. He's also got The Coaching Habit as well. They're very similar books, but they're not very long books either. But he looks at why giving advice doesn't work, basically, which is really good.
I totally get that. You know, you can see that in like all relationships, right? You know, that actually sometimes just listen. Yeah, you might think you know the answer, but maybe you don't. Maybe the solution you have in your head isn't what they need to hear at that moment in time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, lovely. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks for coming in. It's been nice to see you again, and glad you are doing well.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lucy Corner, for taking a chance on me. It's been great working with you so far.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right, we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio. We're here with Adam from Belmont. How are you, Adam?
I'm very well. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation, York. Good to see you as always.
Thank you for coming. Do you want to just remind us who you are and what you do?
Yes, my name's Adam Hutchison. I'm the Chief Exec of Belmont Healthcare, along with a couple of other hats in the sector. But yeah, it's good to be here again today.
And with 7, 8 care homes?
Seven,
yeah.
Seven, yeah. So recently took on another 3.
Yeah.
So that's fun. And I say recently, as recent as Friday, just gone.
Okay, nice.
So that was.
So the ink's still wet on the contracts.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, we're just sort of getting the onboarding done of that, which is always fun. But yeah, 7 now with more to come this year.
Nice. Well, last time we talked quite extensively about funding. I think I remember quite clearly the idea that often people are surprised about how much care costs when they arrive to buy care. You know, normally in an emergency situation when it's like, you know, Nan can't go home, we need to find somewhere that can look after her, and oh God, it's how much? Yeah. What's going on in sort of world of funding? You know, are local authorities playing nice? You know, is there, what are your views?
I think it's getting a bit of an understanding now, and every local authority is different. But I think there's certainly, over the last sort of 12, 18 months, there's been a shift to it. And I think those, especially when you're working in the more high acuity, people know that there is a limited availability of people that can care for people in that sort of level. I think, especially since we took a pivot 3 or 4 years ago now to be very much home first, even though we're a care home operator. You know, having, domiciliary and home care services as well has really helped us not be so concerned about that, and creating more of like a life cycle and a journey with individuals, whereby saying, you don't need this just yet. That kind of really changes the psychology of the conversation that you're having with family members. And when you're in that higher acuity space, you can kind of demand more. So we know it's going to be more challenging. It's kind of like, no longer are we expected to do it for 800 to 900 quid a week. We're in that kind of more private fee range. So as a business, we're only probably 20-25% privately funded, and pretty much all of our 70-75% local authority or NHS or CHC funding is of the private sort of figures. So that has helped us, and I think we've seen a lot more of that. I mean, the homes that we've acquired recently actually had higher fees than we did. And I was a bit like, oh, okay. So I think people are going into that sort of realm. We've done a lot of work over the last few years in our kind of the way we market. So we're a lot more, I talked about this before, but we're a lot more advice-led. So a lot of our blogs, a lot of our website sort of tells people why it costs this much, kind of gets people into the mindset a little bit earlier. So it means that fee coming down doesn't sound too hard going.
I mean, you don't want that to happen in in the meeting after the visit.
No.
Really, that should, you want to get that in there as early as humanly possible, I think, really, don't you? I mean, I guess that was why, I think it was maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, the Competitions Authority suggested that you should publish your prices on your website. Yeah.
And I think it's helpful for things like carehome.co.uk and Autumna, which we kind of focus a lot on in terms of our external positioning, ask you to provide that. You can't be on those sites if you're not publishing your prices. Obviously, we always put a range in and we kind of say it's there or thereabouts, but that seems to what you still battle with local authorities in terms of what you want, but you just have to be vigilant and to say, look, this is the care that we're trying to provide, and to do it appropriately, it is X. So do you want to come or not? And I think we have to be a lot stronger than that. I think everybody has to be, a lot of providers, if you're working in that space. You can make the socially funded market work, but you have to be willing to accept that the individuals that you're going to care for are going to be more challenging than if you are, in that realm of where, residential sort of space. But I think if we're all brutally honest with ourselves, it doesn't exist anymore. If you can be looked after at home, stay at home. Like I said, we have a sister business that is just heavily focused on doing that.
Like the acuity in care homes now is a lot higher,
100%,
isn't it, than it ever has been?
Yeah, absolutely, without shadow of a doubt. Because there are people you can look at. Why wouldn't you want to be in your own home? I've got my nan is 95 years of age, and we look after her in her own home. Yeah, because she can do that. She can do that 7 or 8 hours a week, a little bit of TLC support, but it also psychologically helps people because it makes them go, do you know what? I can do this. I'm okay. And then really, it's when you need that support, but also the social isolation piece. People do forget that when it comes to a care home. Yeah. And I think there has to be a lot more done by care home operators to get that out there, to say, you do realise, okay, but if somebody's on their home on their own and they haven't really got any family and they're only having somebody popping in, there is benefits of being in a care home overriding that, because they've got time to spend with other people. And we all know that being around people and having a community is so much better for your well-being, and we forget that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's a big piece, isn't it, around that idea that that the loneliness and the isolation can be the thing that gets you, really, can't it?
100%.
Because it just destroys your self-esteem and your morale, and I think people can sometimes get to the point where they think, well, what's the point anymore?
Yeah, it was a really good TED talk done by Johan Hari. I don't know if you've ever. He's a doctor who's Scottish guy, and he's done a lot of podcasts and things like that, and got a couple of really good books. But he talks about this whole thing about longevity and what's the most important thing. And the number one in the research that he did is community, people, relationships. Coming to that number one. It was more important than some of your health. It was more important than wealth. It was these actually having something to live for. So I think, care homes do really offer that to those people that maybe don't.
Interesting. Okay. So from a business management perspective, having 75% of your revenue come from the local authority, is that challenging? It must be, I suppose either way, right? They're difficult. Are they playing ball better than they were? People have always complained ever since I've been in the sector about, how much fees are and what people are paying. And about the local authorities, there seems to be a bit less moaning at the moment that they're coming along, that they're recognising their part in the story.
100%. There are the local authorities that are more challenging, but there are ones that that we work with that have been that are great. I think the key thing to think about is that if we're flipping it, I'll use your phrase that you start, business management. If you're looking at it from a business perspective, who is my customer? Is it the individual that's in the home? That's the person we're caring for. That's not my customer. My customer is either the family members who are paying the bills, or the solicitors, or the local authorities or the NHS. The less customers you have, the easier it is to negotiate, because you negotiate en masse. So having local authorities does make it easier, because if I take Kent, for example, I've got one customer for 250 people that I can go to and get that fee. And I also get, it's almost like a block booking, isn't it? I've got that contract in place. Whereas to continually sell to the individuals, yes, okay, I might get £200 or £300 a week more for that individual private, but I've got to negotiate each individual one of those with a family member who may not understand how the net system works. That's hard, and people forget their own time in that process. So you might be getting £250, but how much time have you spent on social media advertising, Google AdWords, magazines, to get that contact and that lead to talk to you? Whereas if you're dealing with the local authority, we've kind of already got that. They're going to refer. So I think there is a bit of that sensible sales that's a bit lost sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, I know one of my homes is heavily local authority, but I know that as soon as we have beds available, I've got a queue of people out the door. Yes, I might be getting a couple of £100 less than I was, but I haven't got to do any marketing because they're just going to come to us anyway. It's very reactive. So it does work. I think you just have to be very vigilant in the way you do it. You have to be in the right local authorities, and you have to offer the right services.
And I suppose from the perspective of a manager who runs a home that relies on the majority of self-funded, I think is a different manager that relies on the majority of their business to come from the local authority, because it's a slightly different commerciality to it. Do you agree, or is it?
No, it is.
Well, I was speaking to someone earlier who was saying that one of the main bits of training he's doing at the moment is sales and marketing for home managers, because they're not necessarily being given that right foundations in the commerciality of it.
Agreed. And let's be honest, the care home manager's job is super hard, because I think it's one of the hardest jobs to do in the UK, because you have so many different hats that you have to wear on a day-to-day basis. You're managing people, you're managing problems, you're managing family members, you're managing emotions of different, stakeholders. And then you're asking them to be a salesperson as well, which is why so many of the, the larger high-end groups have customer relation managers or commissioning managers, because they take that away and they do that. So it does make life easier to do it that way. And sometimes you're never going to get quite that sales pitch how you want it to be. You're only going to be because you're asking them to do something that's outside the comfort zone and is probably 2% of their job. Everything else takes priority. So I think we have to make it fair. And I just think that I found that works for us. I mean, we were predominantly private pre-pandemic. The pivot we had to make because we were 40% occupancy. Post-pandemic, I had to do something. It kind of just naturally ended up going that way. And it does work. It makes that easier. But yeah, we're constantly trying to support with helping managers and associate team members within the homes to be more proactive, and guide them on how to sell and how to answer calls and how to respond to leads. But that is always going to be a challenge, I think, because it's not the natural position of somebody. They're coming in to care for somebody, not to fill a service.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, it's so interesting ideas and thoughts, and I think, an interesting way of looking at it. I was going to note the furniture.
Yes.
You might recognise some of this
Amara
furniture.
Hammonds.
Yeah, Amara Hammond furniture. I saw you've been working with them, weren't you?
We've worked with them on a couple of projects now, and I was having a conversation with Russell only earlier, actually, about looking at some more. Doing really well.
Nice.
Really good. Very good attention to detail, and that's always a bonus.
Yeah, and how the home looks and feels is really important. I really like Russell's approach to localising the design.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. So the first ever project we did, I think we were one of their first customers when it was just Russell, kind of, when the business was starting 3 or 4 years ago now. Maybe before that, thinking about it. Yeah, and we did one of our homes down in Kent, Madeira Lodge, which is basically on the seafront, and he sort of worked to make the day space, the activities, and one of the lounges very much like this beach hut, because there was a photo of a beach hut when he first found it with that pastel blues and the whites, and that's what it ends up looking like still today. And the video that's on, which you guys did actually, was in that room where you can see it's got that. So that was all Amara Hammond that did all of that, and obviously you guys did the video for us.
Yeah, okay. I should tell Russell actually that we've got a video about it.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, so there's kind of like a loop back that, and all the photos on our site is all that, and the videos that you guys did at Five and a Bite.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for coming into the studio. It's been
Pleasure.
Great to see you again, as ever.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
congratulations on your acquisitions of your homes, and
fingers crossed.
to many more.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, Adam. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio. We're here with Debbie.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm really well, thank you. I'm very hot.
Yes,
It's
it is
a very
hot.
hot day today.
It's like the first reasonably hot day of the year, and
29 degrees.
Everyone's a mess. Like everyone's, oh my god, it's so hot, I can't believe it. So yeah, and then we're wearing suit jackets and
Yeah.
all sorts. So it's not ideal, is it? But there you go. Right, Debbie, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, my name's Debbie Harris. I'm the founder and managing director of Autumna. We're a directory of every registered care provider in the UK, and we specialise in self-funding clients.
Perfect. So I've talked with quite a few people today about sort of business management, sustainability, and marketing, sales, self-funding is on the agenda. You know, people are talking about it. I think that there's a surge in demand. I've read an interesting King's Fund report about the surge in demand that's happening at the moment. So what's your views on it? What's going on in the self-funding market? What should people be looking out for?
I think we're in a really interesting space as a sector. I am seeing probably the most competitive market I have ever seen for self-funding clients. I mean, we know that care providers have always wanted to attract self-funding clients, but now, since the budget, it's no longer I would like to attract more self-funding clients, it's I need to. And I think something that we are just starting to see, and I've spoken to several providers in the last couple of weeks about this, is the smaller providers that historically have relied upon local authority placements are now starting to actively enter the market for self-funding clients. And I think for the larger groups, what we're going to see is local care homes with perhaps good standing in the area start to focus on the self-funding clients, and I think it's going to be quite a difficult time. So we are not seeing an increase in the number of self-funding clients. Historically, it's been about level for about the last 10 years. So it's the same number of people and more providers wanting those clients. So care providers now need to use every tool in the box, literally every tool in the box, to attract those self-funding clients.
And I suppose traditionally, people trying to attract, or organisations that were trying to attract self-funders, are looking at the top of the market, and they're high-end homes, or medium to high-end homes, bigger
Yeah.
fees. And now entering the market is a whole range of different options for people,
A
right
whole
from
load
kind
of
of
smaller homes.
your tiny home with 12 beds. That's an old,
or your-
old doctor's surgery or something.
Yeah,
it's
or
been-
your groups with 1, 2, 3 care homes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they are starting to focus on the self-funding market in a way they have never done. I spoke to a group, I'll give you an example. I spoke to a group yesterday. They have 9 homes. They have historically relied entirely on local authority clients. They can no longer do that because it simply doesn't balance the books.
So what should people be doing then? What are the homes doing? You said all the tools in the box.
Yeah, what are the tools?
Yeah, what are the tools?
Yeah. Okay, so when you've got 95% of the decision-making process taking place online, if you're self-funding and looking for a care home, you've got to be very, very visible online. And you've got to be visible in multiple locations. So we estimate people are probably making 4 or 5 different touch points when they're searching. 40% of people are searching outside office hours. So, you're surfing the net like you do. And you're looking at that website, you're looking at that directory, you're just doing it from loads of different locations. And what you want is all of those locations pointing back to your care home. So it's that online visibility. I think Open Score that we've spoken about before, at a time when the CQC is frankly openly failing, Open Score gives you a quality assurance, a way of demonstrating your quality directly to those care seekers. I think that's really important.
Do you hear that feedback directly from kind of people who are searching, where they say, I've read their CQC report, but it was done in 2017, so does that matter? Is that important?
It is.
Are the buyers, the care seekers, are they actually picking up on this stuff?
Yeah. Well, West Streeting last year said the CQC publicly said the CQC wasn't worth.
It was just before we spoke last year.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Not worth the paper it's written on. And then Julian Hartley about 2 months ago said, well, he actually said that the CQC was not safe as a way of demonstrating quality. The headline in the Times was, care homes are not safe.
Okay.
There's the media doing its thing again.
Yeah.
So this is very much in the public domain. I was watching Vic Rayner actually on a TV about 4 weeks ago, and it was Good Morning Britain or something like that. And Vic was answered the first question on the TV with the caller coming in, and they basically said, "How do I know if it's a good care home if the CQC is 4 years old?" I mean, yeah, it's definitely out there. So you need to be able to demonstrate independently that you have a quality care home, you know, that your quality is good. So I think that's something that OpenScore is stepping into. We've got over 2,500 providers using it already. What else can you do? I think it's really weird what I'm about to say, actually, because I've historically not gone down this route. But I do think community engagement in your local community is important.
Yeah,
So-
well, I was literally going to ask you, you know, do you think local reputation is important?
I
so,
do.
500 Bike, well, that's one of the
Invite
things we
people
do.
in, and
Yeah.
one of the ways to do that is Care Home Open Week, which is coming up in June. So if you get involved in Care Home Open Week, you can you're running activities during the week, but you're inviting the community in to the care home, and I honestly think it is one of the best ways to raise awareness. I mean, you're this huge building in the middle of a town or a village, you know, bring people in.
That people don't know what happens there either.
No.
Like, it's a very, they do seem like very mysterious places a lot of the time. You know, they're
Scary places.
scary places, and they have a reputation from, you know, that many people that go to homes have an impression of what they were like from when they were growing up, which
Yeah.
was not very good, and that is not the same anymore. And yeah, being open and getting out in the community. I suppose the trick is, though, how does the home manage that from a perspective of, you know, there's time, you know, time to do that, time to engage, and time to, you know, tick all these boxes that you now need to suddenly tick. You
It's
know.
hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really hard. I think if you are looking at that self-funding market, you have no choice. You have no choice. And on top of that, you need to be analysing your return on investment from all of the activity you're doing. So, you know, if you're using online platforms, if you're going out to the local community, whatever you're doing, you need to analyse your return on investment, and that historically has not happened in many instances. And I am starting to see large providers really start to take up this data analysis and understanding what works and what doesn't work.
And I think with the larger homes, what they do well is they really well commercially incentivise the managers to be salespeople, to they have a sales element to their bonuses and things like that. I think a lot of these smaller homes that are coming in, the managers aren't necessarily, you know, there's no, if they get an extra 3 residents in, that's just more headaches for them, and they don't necessarily see the commercial benefit of that. So I think that's probably something that smaller homes need to address, is like, you know, is your manager genuinely motivated to get new people through the door? Because,
you know, but
new
you could go
customers are
one step
complicated.
further. Are they capable?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've spoken to a group of care homes, 20 care homes, so, you know, not an insignificant size, and they are moving over to trying to attract self-funding clients. And one of the biggest problems they have told me they have is the managers are used to dealing with local authority clients and actually don't know how to present themselves and follow up a self-funding client. It's a big difference.
It's a big difference.
It's a big
yeah,
difference.
Yeah. Just talking to Adam Hutchinson before,
Belmont,
and he was saying that about 75% of their business is with local authorities, and he likes the idea that it's one customer that he's dealing with, you know, and he has one customer that provides,
and he speaks the
250,
language.
Yeah, speaks the language to understand it. So then that self-funding is a very different type of, and it's an individual negotiation with each customer, and it can be more commercially profitable, but also it can be a lot more complicated if you don't have good systems and processes.
Almost certainly is more profitable, but you have a lot more to manage, and you're putting a lot more on the plate of the manager and the staff in the care home. I think there's also elements where unless the care providers who are not familiar with working with self-funding clients unless they get this bit right, which is how much, for how long can mum pay her self-funding care fees. I spoke to a provider last week. Somebody moved in and 4 months later they ran out of money.
Wow.
Because nobody had asked.
No.
Yeah, I'm self-funding now,
Yeah.
but nobody had asked.
Yeah. How long's that going to last?
You know,
for?
yeah, and we've got providers who are asking for 3 years proof of funds.
Yeah, because once someone's in, it's quite. Then it's not easy, is it, to then
No.
deal with
No.
that in retrospect,
Yeah.
is it? So lots of things to look out for. So it's really interesting to see there is a big surge, because we felt that from our side as a supplier on the marketing side. We've definitely seen an uptick in activity with homes popping up out of the blue and saying, can we make some video content? Can we do these bits and pieces?
If you think about it, if 95% of the decision-making process for a self-funding family looking for a care home is taking place online, what is it that's going to differentiate your care home from your competitor down the road? It's going to be pictures, it's going to be videos, it's going to be the personality of the care home. How else do you get that across if it's not in a professional way?
Yeah.
It's vital.
Yeah.
Facebook page is another one. We've talked about that before, haven't we? You know, but to have your Facebook page visible within the profile, which is what we do, so that somebody who's scrolling and just looking at different care homes is able to see, you know, that they've got a gardening club. Ooh, mum likes gardening. There's your differentiator. There's your hook for
Yeah.
that client, and that's what you need. Absolutely.
Interesting. Well, thank you for coming in, Debbie. It's been really nice talking to you. Any other thoughts you want to share on that market?
I think it's a difficult time. I think care providers are finding it very difficult, and a lot of them are having to make some big changes. And all I'd say is if anybody wants to reach out, please do, and I'm happy to just share any insights with anybody.
Fab. Lovely. Thank you. Nice to see you.
As
And
always,
we'll
Phil.
speak again soon, as ever. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show in London. It's the swelteringly hottest day of the year so far, and we're suffering from it. You wore a summer dress though, so I think you've...
I'm embracing the sun. I love the sun. Yeah.
So do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so my name's Catherine Smith. I'm the Chief Executive at Sky, the Social Care Institute for Excellence. And Sky is an independent charity that works across all parts of the social care sector. So we work with commissioners, we work with providers, we work with the government, we work with professionals, and everything that we do, we try to co-produce with people that draw upon care and support directly. We work looking at evidence for good practice, we develop good practice guides, we provide consultancy and training, we do safeguarding research, and lots of things.
Yeah, a bit of everything. So I guess from your perspective, a bit of a helicopter view of the sector, you know, it's a sector that's perpetually in crisis. Where are we at now? What's our latest crisis? What's going on in the sector from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked in social care from being very young, as all I've ever done, to be perfectly honest. And I think some of the issues that we're battling, we've been battling for a long time. I think we've had an issue where successive governments haven't taken social care as a priority. And we've got to the point now where people are really struggling. More money needs to go into the system. And different ways of doing things needs to come out of it as well. We've got more people to care for than we had before, and in real terms, less money to do that with. So we need to be looking at innovative ways of doing that, and how we can do that in partnership. How do we work across the different parts of the system? So, for example, housing and health, and one of the big things I keep saying recently is that fixing the NHS is a priority for the government, but they won't fix NHS if they don't fix social care. So we really need to look at more innovative ways of doing things in an integrated way.
Yeah, it's definitely, I've always thought it's seen as the sort of poor cousin of the
Absolutely.
NHS, and, that it's kind of ignored and left to the side, but actually, without a functioning social care system, it's not easy to get people out of hospital, to get them back into their own home, to get them the support and facilities they need. And the sector is sort of there saying, we're here, we can do, we can help, we can help. So it's frustrating for the sector, isn't it?
It is, and I mean, essentially, for people to be able to live well in their communities, we need good social care to support them to do that. They need the right housing to provide that care in, and then, if people were living well in the communities, they would feel better, mentally better, physically better, and that would be less of an issue for the NHS. But of course, social care is much, much wider than the NHS, but nevertheless that's a really crucial point about how we might be able to fix things in the future. And Sky have been leading a programme called the Accelerating Reform Fund, which is looking at innovation in the sector and how we can help to learn from innovation. What works, what are the barriers that we're trying to fix, what works, what can make a difference, and how can we scale and learn from those innovative things that are coming up. And there's been some really great things around around the different parts of the country with people working together, but I think capacity to be able to innovate and learn from that innovation is quite restricted. So the Accelerating Reform Programme is to help to bring that out, and digital ideas to support carers, shared lives, things like that. So it's been really quite interesting.
Is there any sort of specific innovations that stick out to you as something you really want to sort of speak about and say that people should know?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot, and a lot of them are digital, and I think there's a lot more we could do in the digital space. One of the ones that comes to my mind at the moment actually is something that's happening in Lincolnshire, which is about carer relief and supporting carers and looking at how they can use nature and getting out and doing things in nature to give people a break and support that care relief, and that's really interesting. But another one I talk about all the time is a digital technology called PainCheck. I don't know if you've heard of PainCheck.
Yeah.
And PainCheck uses artificial intelligence to be able to scan the facial expressions of somebody that's not able to communicate. That might be because of dementia or a learning disability or something. They're not able to communicate. And the technology will tell you if that person's in pain, and it takes you through a series of questions to be able to identify where that pain might be and why that pain might be there, so that you can take the right intervention. And what people have found that use PainCheck is two things. One thing is that it reduces people taking unnecessarily painkillers. So they're commonly discharged from hospital on paracetamol 4 times a day. If they're not in pain, they don't need that.
Yeah.
But
which
also,
causes other problems with blood pressure and things like that.
Exactly. And then the other side of that is a lot of people that are in pain and are unable to communicate that pain can end up displaying what some people call challenging behaviours. They can show signs of aggression or frustration, and they commonly end up dealing with that by putting people on benzodiazepines, kind of antipsychotic, tranquilizing type drugs. And what they've found, some places have found that the use of PainCheck has helped them to reduce that reliance on those kind of drugs, which means that they're managing people, helping people to keep safe and well. So I think innovations like that are going to be really useful for the sector, but there's a lot of really good work going out there, and I think we just don't shout about it enough.
Yeah, I think as a sector I think we struggle to cut through, don't we, into the national conversation, because it is difficult, because there is so many things on fire that, that social care is, one of those things that just gets swept under the rug a bit. Is there, is there much more we can do as a sector to sort of shout about what we do?
Do you know, I'm really glad you asked me that, because that is something I really think we do need to do. And I've just been having this conversation earlier today, actually. But if you think about the things that are a priority for governments as a rule, things are not a priority for government unless it's a priority for the public. And most of the public know about the other areas. We come across the NHS, we come across education, we come across the police, street lighting and potholes in the road, you know. It's really well known. People don't know about social care until they know about it. And MPs tell us that they're not getting letters about social care in the inbox. And until we lift social care as a priority for the public, it won't become a priority for the government. And actually, the statistics are quite shocking. 1 in 2, 1 in 3 of us will come into contact with social care at some point in our lives, either for ourselves or for somebody we care about. But for many of us, often that's not until older age. And so we don't know about it until it's later. But actually, if we all start talking about social care and understanding it more, write to our MPs, write to our councillors, because we need to make social care the priority it needs to be for the government to take action to fix it.
The amount of sort of posts I see on our local community Facebook group about dog poo versus like there's probably tens, hundreds of people in our village that are isolated, lonely, aren't receiving the support they need because it's too complicated or there's not the system's not in place to let them. But it's not.
And it is linking those different parts of the system up. So I support a young man who is disabled, and he's struggling to get the benefits that would enable him to be independent. So he's isolated, he's in his house, he's isolated, he can't get out without somebody taking him out. He can't get to his job, so he's now working from home. He's starting to get depressed, he's getting isolated, he'll probably end up losing his job, he'll probably end up on benefits, he'll probably end up needing social care or some kind of intervention. And actually, if the sections all work together, if you've got the right support in the community, if you've got the right benefits, if he was supported to get out and about, that wouldn't happen, you know?
So sort of looking after people. I think a lot of the time I don't know, maybe as a society we expect someone else is going to sort out the problem, and and that's not always the case until it's an emergency, and then the state steps in, and at that point, things have probably gone further than they should have done.
And the funding situation is really difficult. We've got a lot of really great care providers that are trying to do a great job, but with less money and more demands on them. And we really need to look at how we can. First of all, how can we get more money into the system? But second of all, how can we make that money go further? How can we be more innovative and work more in our communities and within our neighbourhoods to be able to draw upon different forms of care and support in a different way to be able to get the right solutions for people? And we really need to co-produce that solution with the people that draw on care and support, because there's nobody that knows what will help somebody more than that person.
No, it's really interesting. I mean, it's great shows like this, right, where on display is hundreds of companies that are trying to do things to help the care sector provide better care more efficiently, more compassionately, hopefully for less money as well. And I think there is also a lot of inefficiencies in the system. There really is.
There is, and as I say, kind of people having that bandwidth to think about how to do things differently. It's like the old analogy, they're trying to rebuild the aeroplane while they're flying it, and that makes it quite difficult. So having some space to sit back and think about what the solutions might be, and how can we get that kind of collective interest around the country to make this an issue for the public, that the public cares about and wants to see a change, so that we can really,
Is there a wider sort of innovation or kind of idea that you're pushing for as an organisation from, say, the government or the local authorities around how you calculate funding, or is there a big change that needs to happen? Obviously, they've kicked the social care white paper another 2 years into the future. I don't know why. I guess because they don't really want to deal with it. And like you said, it's not in the MPs aren't getting hounded by it. Is there something that should be done at that level?
I think one of the questions that we need to answer first is, what is good social care? What does good social care look like? And how will we come about a set of national standards that we can strive to? We need to make sure our workforce are valued, recognised and paid well to do what they do, so that they don't go to leave to work in McDonald's or Sainsbury's because they can get more money. People that come into social care have got a vocation. They want to work in care. They want to do that. We need to make that be rewarding for them. So that that's one of the issues. But we're kind of moving along from that. How are we going to describe what good care looks like? Because one of the things I find quite fascinating in my role, I go out and visit different services around the country, and expectations are very different in different parts of the country. In more affluent parts of the country, expectations are really, really high. In some of the less affluent parts, they're just pleased to be able to get a service. And so how will we decide where that national level sits. What does good social care look like? And I think that we need to have that national conversation. We need to describe that with people that draw upon care and support, and then use that as the benchmark to set the standards nationally, and the implementation, how we're going to get there. And hopefully we won't have to wait till 2028 before that happens. Hopefully the interim report we promise next year will, because we know most of the answers to these questions. We've lots of reports. We need to be able to move these things forward.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. It's been great to meet you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show in London. We're here with Hannah. How are you?
Hello, I am fine. I'm trying to put my posh phone voice on.
That's all right, you don't, it's a casual caring conversation. We're just chill, having a conversation. I was thinking I would quite like maybe next time to have like a really nice tea set and have like a cup of tea or like a glass of wine with it and like make it like a nice...
Like an afternoon tea
Like a
session.
little afternoon tea, relax the conversation that next step. I think that's what I would like to do. So,
You want cress in the teeth.
Yeah.
You want it raw.
I just want to be lying down, basically, while I do it.
Someone
Like, yeah.
feed me grapes
Yeah.
and like fan me. I can see that. It could work.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, okay. My name's Hannah Montgomery, and I'm one of the co-founders of Grace Cares. So we're an award-winning not-for-profit on a mission to make care sustainable. So we do that in several different ways. Predominantly, we deal with pre-loved care equipment. So we have 4 NHS trusts that give us their used care equipment. We clean it, maintain it, Lola test, PAT test, whatever it needs. Then we sell it at half its original price or less. And then with those profits, because we're a not-for-profit, we give out hardship grants to health and social care workers nationwide and older people. So that's anyone 70 and above. And then we do kind of social value stuff. So we do monthly companionship tea parties for the over 70s. We do go into care homes, do sustainability activities like kindness rock painting. We do intergenerational campaigns once a year with the kids and the older people, and we help care providers on their mission to becoming environmentally sustainable. So we do free webinars called Caring for Tomorrow each quarter, and we've written a book with Mark Tops called The Sustainability Guide for Care Managers. Did you deliver sustainable care today? There we go. Got it all out. I know, right? Sometimes I sleep.
There's no time for sleep.
Yeah, do that later.
Do that. It's a film trailer that says, I'll sleep when I die.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, new Marvel one.
Yeah,
Very
the new
exciting.
Marvel one, yeah. Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
When we boil it down, the sort of sustainability arm around the used furniture is a big part of it.
Yep.
What else do homes need to do to be... sustainable is one of those words. I kind of get what it means, but do we really get what it means? What's it
really.
sort of actually mean?
Well, have you heard that the CQC are pausing? So the CQC said that they were going to be regulating on environmental sustainability this year under Well-Led, and now I haven't got it confirmed, but I've heard on the rumour track today that they're saying that they're pausing from doing that yet. So they will be doing it, but when, nobody knows. It's a mystery, because how are they going to know everything to do with environmental sustainability? They're not. So then how's a care home meant to, hi care manager, do this as well? I don't know what it means, but it's not scary. You can do simple stuff. You could do branded water bottles. When someone starts, you can give them a branded pack of reusable items, so therefore they know that they're reusing. No, ban single-use plastics, do a single plastic audit. So there's something that was done by the Royal College of Nurses. It was called the Gloves Are Off campaign, and they stopped using gloves for all their I don't know what it was it operations? Something. Go and read the journal on it. And they tested that basically the infection rate did not increase. If anything, it decreased because they were washing their hands more, and they saved so much money on the plastic gloves, and there weren't people going into landfill, the people weren't putting stuff in the bin. So if people are thinking about stopping using single-use plastic and need some evidence to show this is why we thought to do it, the Royal College of Nursing has written paper on it. So you can go, that's why.
Yeah, it's interesting, guys. I think people get it when they've got gloves on, it feels like you've got clean hands, but actually the gloves are dirty. So, it doesn't necessarily help if you're not thinking about what you're moving in between and whether you're changing them. And
it's just a thought. There's a picture, if you search Google, there's a picture of all the single-use plastics that were used for this one woman across 2 operations, and it's really pretty because they've put it in a circle all around her. She's lying on the floor. So much single-use plastic, and you're like, this can't be sustainable, and that's one woman and 2 operations. Imagine how many operations are happening daily.
Yeah,
it's madness.
Lots of waste in the health sector. Yeah, that I guess is guised in, this is safer.
It's safer, little crutch, but as you said, you don't think, you go, well, I've got my magic gloves on. Haha. No, because you've just picked your nose. It doesn't make it look less weird. So, yeah.
I imagine it would be a weird experience picking your nose with a pair of blue gloves on.
That's a whole different chat, mate, that.
So, anything else that homes could be doing? Like, obviously, sustainability covers things like energy, maybe opening and closing doors, and what other tips?
Energy audit. So at the moment, the local authorities have got funding, well, definitely in my area, to get people to come and do a free energy audit for you. Get signed up for that. Woohoo! Then you have at least a baseline of where you're starting, and then you can set your targets. So I know what our energy use is now. By next year, we're going to reduce it by 10%, whatever. Smart objective. And then you can measure on it. If you don't know where you are now, what are you going to do? So look at what you're doing in terms of water. Look at what you're doing in terms of food waste. Get measurements of everything that you're doing, energy, everything. And then you've got a starting line, and then give yourself, we're going to do this. Sustainable development goals. So in 2019, we were the first major economy to say we're going to be net zero by 2050. And we said that at the United Nations. Woohoo! The United Nations have pulled together these 17 sustainable development goals. They call them SDGs. So what I would recommend is SDGs, eh? Oh, yeah, it makes them sound sexy and cool.
I've got an SDG. I've got 17 of them.
I'm using my rubber gloves and I've got an SDG. But but if you go and have a look at that website and you align your policies or what you're going to start to do alongside that, then when the CQC, care inspector or whatever come and knocking, you can go, well, I'm looking at what we signed up to on a governmental level, and I'm making sure our policies are in line with that, and that's why we're doing this, this and this. The CQC ain't going to know more than that, are they?
No, exactly. And I think ultimately, do you need to wait for the regulator to tell you to do the right thing? Maybe you do. But if you're passionate about, if you're watching this video, right? If you've gone to the trouble to click on a video that's labelled "How to Make My Care Home More Sustainable," hopefully you're on some level interested in it. You're not just like, how do I be compliant with the law, because the law's not very, it's not a lot there, is there?
About it, if we've got a world that's kind of on fire. Southwark Council deemed that a little girl died of air pollution, right? So we're breathing in bad air that's then giving us more complex health conditions. We're eating food from ground that's been, we've got forest fires happening. It's all crazy out there, right? So we're breathing, eating, taking in from that environment, which is going to Alzheimer's, earlier diagnosis, the C word, all kinds of complex care now that you go, oh, that happens to old people. It's not. It's happening to everybody. So if we're in a broken planet, then we're going to put more strain on health and social care services. So actually, if as health and social care, we can add to making the planet a better place, that would be ideal. So maybe one of the things is, I was reading a book, Can Marketing Save the Planet?, which I haven't finished, but it's really yummy and it gives you key takeaways at the end. And one of the first chapters says, think of the planet as a stakeholder. So when you're in any meeting, kind of go, what would the planet think about this new thing? Even just doing that and evidencing that to the CQC at every single meeting, we think what the planet's going to think. That's a way just to get it into your psyche. But it's a whole culture change. Like, we've always done it this way. It's going to be hard unless you make it fun.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I think, something that a lot of people are passionate about, and there's a lot of benefits that you can sell across your organisation. If you might be passionate personally about it doesn't matter what the financial implication is or isn't, you're just passionate about making the environment better, but your company might want to know, does this tick? And a lot of green initiatives tick a box, right? For someone who might not be interested in that, you just say, well, this is just better for the company.
ESG, environmental, social and governance, that's what it kind of stands for. If you're doing tenders for local authorities, there'll be a far more push on what are you doing in terms of your ESG policies? What are you actually delivering? What stats are you doing? There's always a problem with recruitment. The younger generation now really do care more about the planet and more about work-life balance. So we're finding with some of the care homes that we're talking to that they're having during the recruitment channels, people going, what are your ESG policies? What are you doing? So if you can kind of weave it, if you can go back to basics and look for clarity on your mission and values of your whole company and see if it's something that you think you're passionate about and weave it through and be sincere. Don't greenwash. Don't say, for every new person we're planting a tree, which is cool as long as you've done all the other stuff. Then it becomes more credible and people will come on the journey. It's going to help. It's going to help with everything. It helps saves you money. Although some of the stuff you put in the outlay on, there is funding out there for decarbonisation. Go to your local authorities, ask them what support's out there. Go to your economic growth people there. There's tons of money there to help. Well, not tons, but there's some.
Well, in my area, that you can get match funding for half of your green projects.
Yeah.
And yes, if you're replacing your LED lights, your old lights with LED ones,
Yep.
which will save you loads of money on your energy bills, be better for the environment, and you can get half of it paid for.
Winner.
Why not?
Everyone's winning, and the local authority just want the stats because they haven't got any stats at the minute. That's why I think the cynical me is thinking that's why they're paying for these energy audits, because they need to get a baseline for themselves. And a care home is going to be a huge user of resource, so they need to get those stats. Even just turning the thermostat down 1 degree. That's going to make a huge difference.
Make a big difference, yeah. Right, well, lovely. Thank you.
No,
It's been
thank
nice
you.
to see you.
Nice to see you too, kind
Thank
sir.
you. Next time, tea set, more leany back chairs. Yeah, I'm
Less plastic.
maybe I'm getting tired towards the end of the day. Yeah.
Just in bed with York.
Yeah, so I've done that before, but yeah, that was a different show, a different time. Well, thanks for coming in.
No.
We will be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation Studio, live from the Care Show in London. We're here with Adam. Adam, how are you?
I'm pretty good, I'm pretty good, thank you.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
So, I'm Adam, I'm a founder of Spring Up PR, and what we do is we help care homes get more inquiries, particularly from privates, in order to increase occupancy faster, and we do that via PR and marketing.
Perfect. So I've had quite a few conversations today with different care home owners, providers, other people who work in marketing about the what one might call a shift towards the private paying market.
Yeah.
The sector seeing generally more smaller providers moving into that sector, whereas traditionally it would have been the larger, more luxury providers. If a care home is looking to try to attract private paying clients, in your opinion, what should they be doing?
Yeah, great question. Well, there are, number one, still a number of dreadful care home websites out there. It's the first thing, right? If you're working for a private family who's going to be spending between 50 and 200k in fees, the first thing is they've got to look at your website and go, that looks lovely. I need to make an inquiry. Particularly when we consider that families, particularly privates, are looking around. They're looking at their options. So they'll be searching on Google, for example, and they might find your care home, they might find your website, and that will often be a first impression. If they know about you already, that's great. But if you want inquiries from people, particularly privates, who don't know about you already, then number one is that website. You've got to make sure that it has that reaction where a family goes, I need to make an inquiry to this care home and it's wonderful. That would be the first thing.
And then obviously, that side is important, but what about the kind of sales side of it as well? Is that, you can have great marketing, but if you've got no sales,
and that, inquiry, how you handle inquiries, how fast you handle inquiries is in itself is another area of expertise. I always say, and those who specialise in inquiry handling would say exactly the same thing. Ideally, you should be handling that inquiry when it comes in via, let's say, via phone call. Obviously, you can be handling it there and then. But if it comes via email, via contact form submission, via carehome.co.uk, you need to handle it within 15 minutes. Certainly within 24 hours, but ideally within 15 minutes. Or let's say within 2 hours, because then you are responding fast. So in terms of how fast you should respond, that would be a guideline. We work with a number of different care home providers, and they have varying degrees of efficiency and skills in handling inquiries. Again, I would say for a follow-up it should be up to 6 times. So once or twice is good, but I think the cadence should be up to 6 times.
And so from the perspective of being quick and efficient at following up, when obviously you do one of the services you provide is AdWords.
Yeah.
How are people, when they're coming through AdWords, how are people making those inquiries? Are they phoning up? Are they doing contact forms? Are they doing chat on the website? Have you got any information or data around that?
Yeah, great question. So it does depend on the care home and the area, but in answer to your question, all of those. Generally, every single care home that we help will have inquiries coming via all of those methods. I would say, because every care home will have phone number, every care home will have email us, every care home should have a brochure to download, and my advice would be to make sure they have to give their name, email and phone number to get that brochure, because then you've got a lead to follow up. But also I think live chat is, if you have a good real person live chat, again it's real person, AI in my view has not got there yet, and we're dealing with care, and therefore that live chat should be real person. You will 100% definitely get more inquiries, I guarantee you, if you have a good Google pay-per-click system that's hooked up with a good live chat. Anywhere between 10 and 30% of those inquiries will come via live chat. Telephone calls, again, it might be anywhere between 20 and 45, maybe even 50%. And then the brochure downloads, email us, contact form submissions, those will be predominantly the other avenues.
And in terms of sort of investing in something like AdWords, have you got a good example of like how well that might work for a home? I see you post blogs and things quite regularly about success stories. Can you tell us about one of those?
Essentially, let's say you're running 1,000. To cut to the chase, if you're spending £1,000 in Google Ads, you should be aiming for a cost per inquiry of anywhere between £150 and £350. Let me be clear what I mean here. I mean a certified inquiry from a family, whether that be by all those methods I've talked about. I'm not talking about job inquiries, I'm not talking about any other supplier inquiry, I'm talking about an inquiry from a family about exploring becoming a resident for their loved one at that home. So, as I say, anywhere between £150 and £250 per ad spend.
So, when you're sort of looking at that level, if that's not working and you're paying £500-600 an inquiry, does that mean that Google Ads won't work for your home, or does that mean that you've not got it set up right?
What it means is you're paying £500 to £600 per inquiry. Now you have to do the numbers then. How many inquiries, what percentage of those inquiries will you convert? And then what's the value? You know, I know we're all about care here, with the care show, but essentially a resident, a private, might be, as we were saying, anywhere between 50k and 250k in lifetime fees. So again, if you think, you know, how much are you prepared to spend purely in advertising in order to get one resident? So again, you have to make the numbers work for you, and then, you know, you can calculate how much you are prepared to spend for one inquiry, ultimately to get one resident. So let's say you spend £500 per inquiry, and let's say you're converting 1 in 10. That's 5,000 to get one new resident. But let's say that resident's worth 50k. That's 5k for a 50k return. And then you make a decision as to whether that's worth it for you or not.
So I suppose fundamentally it's about understanding your numbers.
Yeah, understanding the numbers. And yeah, that's key here. My recommendation would be, if you're going down the Google Ads route, is to make sure you know your numbers. So tracking is very, very important to make sure you are, because a lot of care homes we speak to, they do Google Ads and they say, we don't really know how many inquiries we're getting for that spend. But there are ways to do it. You just need to make sure you learn how to do that tracking.
Lovely. Okay. Anything else you want to share?
No. Well, you know, that's. I think we've covered, you know, certainly the. I would say for those who are wanting to attract inquiries from privates, just like that, is to switch on a good digital marketing system. You know, of course, there are many other different ways, but certainly for like quick wins, that would be the way to go.
Perfect. All right. Well, thanks for coming in, Adam. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, York.
And we'll speak
as
to you
always.
soon. We will be back shortly with another interview. Welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio. We are live from the Care Show in London. We have Tom with us in the studio. You too, how are you doing? Just 1 second. Your microphone is off.
Oh, my microphone was off.
So Tom, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so my name's Tom. I'm from the Care Workers charity, a sales development executive. So my role is to network with corporates and care providers in the sector. So a lot of the people here today, try and engage them with different events and sponsorship, and to see how they can benefit care workers really, and how we can collaborate together.
Perfect. So I mean, I guess most people watching this should know who the Care Workers charity are, but just to give us a little kind of overview of what they do.
Sure, yeah. So we started off 15 years ago. So obviously when it came to the pandemic, demand for our crisis grants increased significantly, and so we grew quite a lot in the last 5 years. And so it's a lot about the advocacy side of things. And last year in September we launched a Care Workers Champions Project, an advisory board. So care workers are actually employed on a part-time basis to speak about the rights and professionalisation of the workforce, and they meet together, and it's great to have them involved in policy decision making, and it's generally to increase the profile and have them talking in a bit more of a positive spotlight. So it's something a bit more positive, and to raise that awareness really.
So fundamentally, the Care Workers charity supports care workers in crisis, right? So that's if you're a care worker and your car breaks down, or your washing machine breaks, or you have a health problem and you need to take time off work, the Care Workers charity might be able to help you. And so we want providers to know, and we want care workers to know about it. About the charity. So what events are you guys doing? I saw you did your fire walk recently.
There was a fire walk last week. We had some good take up on that. It's great to have people involved with that, and we've got a abseil in June, 28th of June, down the Trafford Centre. So it's 52 metres. So the minimum fundraising target is £200 for that. So it would be fantastic to have people involved in that, and what a great opportunity as well to conquer your fears and to overcome any fear of heights you might have, and to ultimately do something that you're proud of for yourself and for supporting care workers as well. It really ticks all the boxes, and as bucket list kind of opportunity. So it'll be, hopefully the weather even in Manchester will be good that day, and it'll be good conditions. So it'd be great to have people, especially in the north of England, to sign up for that sort of event. And then, so we've got, in terms of other events, we've got in September, we've got a trek in the Chilterns. So
we're from the Chilterns.
Fantastic.
I guess we best get involved then, Chris, if it's in the Chilterns.
yeah, absolutely. So it's in Oxfordshire, a place called Goring Village. So it's a whole day event, and I did the trek last year in the Three Peaks in Yorkshire Dales, and it's a really lovely way to talk to your colleagues outside of a normal working environment, and you have the whole day to really get to know people. It's a great team bonding experience, and fresh airs outdoors. It's
really great for sort of suppliers to the sector as well, isn't it? It's a really great way to get involved, raise money for a charity, do something that helps your organisation and the care workers as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have a lot of corporates who get involved. We'd love to have some more care workers involved with that as well. But it's generally suppliers, as you mentioned, and lots of different stakeholders in the sector. And it's really great way for companies to market themselves and get some good photos together, and show that they really do care about supporting the sector and that they're in it for the right reasons, and to ultimately support care workers and the people who they're supporting. So yeah, it's a really great opportunity on a personal front, and to achieve something outside of your comfort zone, and also to raise awareness for care workers as well.
Can you tell us any kind of good examples of specific people that the care worker charities helped out recently? Any that stick out to you?
Yeah, so we had one case where there was a mother whose child was actually had to go through cancer treatment. So yeah, obviously very traumatic, and they had to travel a long way to visit their child as they were having the treatment, and it was taking up a lot of time, and obviously having to work full time in addition to that. It was a really tricky time for them, and so we helped them out, gave them a crisis grant, and so that gave them a bit more time to spend with their child, and when they needed them most. And so yeah, it really helped them out, and yeah, luckily they're doing much better now. So yeah, and there's plenty of other stories like that. There's people who've gone through hard times through COVID, of course, and family bereavements, and yeah, all sorts of things, personal issues, because I think people forget that care workers, they really are just normal people who've got their own lives as well. They're incredibly dedicated to their jobs, but they sometimes they need some time for themselves and extra support for themselves too. So yeah, it's really important that we recognise that.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming to the studio. It's been a pleasure talking to you, hearing about the charity. So what's the date for the event again? The Abseil one?
Abseil, 28th of June,
yeah,
down at Trafford Centre. The Trek is the 11th of September in Chilterns.
Well done, you passed the test. Thank you very much for coming in. Cheers. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio. We are live at the Care Show in London. We have a new guest in the studio. Hello.
Nice to see you. How you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm all right. Do you want to give us an introduction, who you are and what you do?
Yeah, of course. So my name's Dan Jenkins. I'm Commercial Director for Wagada Digital. We're a full-service digital agency. We've got offices in London, St Albans and Cheltenham. We work extensively within the care sector across the UK.
Lovely. So I've talked to a lot of people today about the sort of, I'd say probably not a new phenomenon, but there's a lot more homes, operators wanting to get in on the private paying markets.
Yeah.
And I think this is sort of partly because they have to.
Yeah.
And I think partly it's a bit of a boom. So you've suddenly got these new providers with maybe 2 or 3 homes coming in.
Yeah.
And going, how do we actually communicate with people and pick up clients from this side.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to hear your sort of thoughts as a digital marketeer, like what you know, what should people be doing, what's important, what's not important. Yeah.
So firstly, it's really interesting you say that, because I think this is a theme that is not just present within the care sector and impacting the care sector, although it's of course very prevalent within the care sector, but it's something that we're seeing at large at the moment across the UK. You know, organisations in general, any organisation that's been reliant upon a certain inquiry stream, revenue stream that is very heavily related towards, you know, government contracts and tenders, to then feel the need to pivot because they're so reliant upon that, it's having a massive impact, and brands are having to rethink and reshape what is their route to market. You know, it does leave care organisations in a place of risk when they're so heavily reliant. You know, we have worked with brands whereby they might start from a place where they go, look, we're, you know, 95%, 97% of our work is from government contracts. And I think one of the biggest challenges to then consider is that when there has been that reliance on government contracts, probably for all the right reasons, there's then a little bit of a situation of catch-up, where because you haven't really had to focus on route to market and private market and, you know, what's your story and how do you reach people and how do you resonate with people, you know, all of that activity takes time. So what I think we then see is it can appear quite overwhelming to then basically change direction and go, look, we need to, you know, redress the balance, sort out our ratio so that we're not quite so heavily reliant upon government contracts, and we're a bit more in control of our route to market and our revenue streams. So I think one of the biggest initial challenges is how you sort of approach that, how you then look at that and go, right, how do we change direction, how do we refocus, and how do we make sure that we turn this around so that, we're not quite as reliant and we can fix that route to market side of things in the private market.
It's quite a big sort of culture switch, I suppose, and then, you know, internally maybe the commercial incentive isn't there for the managers, for example, to suddenly have to deal with a load of sales inquiries.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think, you know, marketing or selling into a private market is going to take a whole different amount and type of focus, as well as completely different at times skill set and level of resource. You know, you mentioned kind of managers there, and, you know, suddenly there's a need whereby you're calling upon team members across the organisation, either from a head office type role or from an on-site role, but ultimately whatever the type of organisation is, you're calling upon people to work in a very, very different way. And within that, you're also then setting goals and objectives and targets and incentives that are relating to a whole other area of the organisation in terms of reaching and resonating with the private market. It would also tend to mean that you're adopting and doing lots of tactics that you might not have done previously. You might have focused all of your efforts in terms of, you know, being best positioned to win those government contracts. But, you know, are there elements of kind of marketing or communications or sales that are within your organisation's DNA at all? And, you know, I'm talking about anything from networking to advertising to whatever it is that whatever element of the private market you're looking to break into. You know, the experience might not be there. So again, that does bring a challenge. Now, that's not to say that all of this isn't achievable. You know, it should be very achievable, and if you approach things in the right way, then absolutely over time you can start to redress that balance. But yeah, I think, as you say, getting that team buy-in, or, you know, calling upon certain departments to pivot and focus in other areas, or even, you know, look at new recruitment or new strategies, is something that you then have to navigate, which can be quite challenging.
So say you've done that piece and you've got the teams on board, and yes, great, let's get some more private paying clients in, and you've thought about kind of the process, the sales process, and how you deal with inquiries. What's kind of hot, what's good, what should people be focusing on the digital marketing side?
So more and more we're seeing organisations seriously reevaluate their level of spend and, you know, where it is that budget is going. You know, so what's the best activity and what's going to give me that highest either return on ad spend or return on investment. You know, it's front and centre. You know, more and more we're seeing brands have real success across digital channels. They're investing less and less in kind of certain offline tactics, and they are moving more and more towards digital. So again, we're seeing the need for content and content marketing, video content, as you know. You know, are we telling these stories correctly? Again, if you're looking to break into the private market, you know, you suddenly have to really open the lid a lot more on what you do as an organisation. Why you should stand out from the crowd in quite a noisy marketplace. So again, video and content marketing has been really, really key in that. If you're looking for those quicker results, especially if you're, as I say, pivoting and looking at a whole new route to market, investing in Google advertising, you know, social media advertising across Meta, is still incredibly prevalent and some of the most powerful sort of direct-to-consumer marketing tactics. Where we found it really, really effective is to find that sweet spot. So if you're looking to, raise brand awareness, generate engagement, start to bring in an audience, then advertising across Meta, if you're looking to target, families potentially of residents, for example, then that's going to be really, really powerful. But you want to make sure that your budget split is in the right place, so that you're balancing that with things like Google Ads, PPC, so that, you're targeting people that are perhaps a lot more in the market, who are actively searching, who are looking for solutions. So again, social media, organic and paid, in terms of that sort of storytelling and brand awareness, coupled with effective content marketing, and then slightly more aggressive marketing tactics like Google Ads. That's where we see the kind of the core focus. And then finally, on that point, search engine optimization. So what we find more and more is that brands who are reliant or dependent upon a certain revenue stream, where they haven't had to go actively after prospective customers or prospective businesses if they're B2B. Things like SEO don't seem to come into the strategy. We don't really need to be found. We don't really need to be found this way. But suddenly, if you start to Google your solution, you realise actually the organisation's on page 2 or 3. When we're not visible enough, actually SEO becomes massively important. And again, that's a long-term play, but you can reap the rewards down the line. So even if you need a quick fix and certain advertising tactics that might generate results more quickly, still balance that with thinking longer term. Where do we want to be in 12, 18, 24 months? Because we need to be starting those tactics ideally yesterday, but realistically we need to be doing it now.
And often there's some quite easy wins with SEO, isn't there? Where just simple optimization can sometimes really just start that story immediately. Can't
Even now, some of the fundamental elements of SEO aren't done on certain brands' websites. There are brands that have engaged and they've had a gorgeous new website, but if the SEO hasn't been considered, there are some basics in terms of the keyword optimization and how the site is structured from a user experience perspective. But if you get those things in place, you could be seeing results as early as 2 to 3 months, and then you start to build from there. So, there's a lot that can be done. And again, these are areas that are potentially under-considered previously if you've been very reliant on that sort of, on contracts and not needing that route to market.
Yeah, there's customers out there looking for you. You want them to find you, right? As simple as that, because the best type of inquiry is one where they say, I would like what you are selling, please.
And I really would encourage brands to think long term. So you'd be surprised how many organisations I speak with whereby, and I can even think of literal conversations whereby at a certain point, they're in a really good place and perhaps occupancy levels were high, so they didn't feel the need to market or to do all of this activity. And then you fast forward 9 or 12 months and perhaps they've had a challenging period for various factors. There's then factors outside of their control that have an impact as well. There's funding situations. So, and then they go, oh, now we need to start doing something. Well, actually, you should have been realistically doing things when you were in a good place, because that's where you invest, that's where you build, because then when the tough times come, you're sort of prepared for it. So I'd say it's never a bad time to start really thinking about all of this. Even if you're in a strong position now, getting all those fundamentals in place is so important.
And if you're in a luxurious position where your AdWords are working so well, you want to turn the tap down a bit. Great, turn it down a bit, but keep it tickling over, because,
and as I say, and balance that. So if you are in a position where you can scale back on certain activity, well, actually, can you think about investing a little bit elsewhere? We mentioned about that sweet spot. A big part of how we work with brands is making sure that, as I say, that budget is going in the right areas. Because they might have a pot and a marketing budget or a plan for the year ahead, but in terms of realistically being able to split that budget and then know where it's going to get you the best ROI is so important. So sometimes it's not just about pulling back, it's about going, right, well, if we ease off and we turn the tap down a little bit on some of these short-term tactics, should we actually be investing a little bit more in brand awareness, long-term activity, content marketing, so that we're sort of building for that point again in 12 or 18 months. So there's so much to consider in all of this, and again, it's not easy, but these are all things that I think that if you approach in the correct way, you can seriously change how you position yourselves as a brand and what you can achieve with customers.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming in. It's been very interesting talking.
Pleasure. Really good to speak.
Yeah, good to see you again. Thank
Cheers,
you. Right,
thank
we'll
you.
be back shortly for another interview. Welcome back to the Caring Conversations studio, live from the Care Show London. We have a new guest in the studio.
Hi, yeah, Rahi here from Solar for Good.
Perfect. So, obviously, sustainability, solar panels, it's a really good thing for a care home to do.
Sure.
Let's talk through that. Why would you do it? What's the benefits of it?
Two main reasons, I would say. Number one, obviously doing your bit for the environment. We're under huge pressure as a nation, as a country, as a world at the moment to obviously reduce the carbon emissions. And more importantly, maybe for a lot of care home owners, is to save money on their bills. Two of the main reasons why, we're getting inquiries for solar panels and why a lot of care homes are looking into it at the moment.
How sort of technically nerdy are you about solar panels? Me and my colleague Chris behind the camera, we often chat about kilowatt hours and different things, and we in our office measure. Chris knows if I've put the heating on too high in the office, so we keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
So like obviously care homes have lots of roof space typically.
Definitely.
If you've got a 40-bedded care home, what sort of generation power do you need to kind of cover your electricity costs in the
Yeah, sure. No, great question. I would say every care home is bespoke to obviously their energy needs and what their usage is. But what we're tending to find is the average 30 to 40 bedroom care home, you're looking at around about anywhere between 30 to 50 odd kilowatt system, which is the general norm for what most people are, for that size of care home, what they're using or what their requirements are.
Yeah, so if you're maxing out, you've got a good sunny day, you're generating 40 kilowatts, that's probably going to run most of the things in your home. Aircon, cooking, different bits and pieces, right? Lighting, fans, stuff like that.
Yes, definitely. Around about that. So a 30 to 40 kilowatt. Remember, solar panels work on daylight. So the monocrystallines, they work on UV daylight. So you generate all throughout the year. However, obviously, during the summer period, spring and summer, is where you maximize the generation. So, yeah, what we have tended to find from case studies is during the summer periods, they're 80-90% self-sufficient. During the winter periods, it's a little bit, it's a lot less. But over the course of the year, there's savings of around about 40 to 50, 60% savings that you can make on care homes, which is great.
And then battery systems, care homes installing battery systems, not so much. Is the solar panels a big enough leap for them?
Sure. It's a great debate to have at the moment. We get into a lot of debates in relation, do they require battery storage or do they not need battery storage? It's a 50-50 argument. There is an argument, they use up so much electricity during the daytime that does it warrant, are you going to have enough excess energy to go into the battery and use it in the evenings? Again, it's bespoke to, individual care homes. But what there is now is during the off-peak hours, electricity prices are very cheap. So you can fill up your battery during them times and utilize it during the daytime. So we're tending to see a lot of that at the moment as well.
I saved quite a lot. I own a coffee shop as well as this business here.
Okay.
And I saved a lot of about 23% on my energy bills by switching to a system which gives me expensive electric between 4 and 7, when my shop is closed. So I've really saved a lot on the bills. So, just being on a smart tariff can make a difference, right?
Fantastic. And at the same time, if you had a battery storage or solar and a battery storage, you can fill up your battery with that cheaper electricity at that time and utilize it during, operating hours. So definitely worth having a look into. And we're tending to see a lot more businesses in the care home industry, the medical centres, pharmacies, inquiring. It's getting to a stage where they're getting fed up with the electricity bills now. It's two things guaranteed in your life. Your age goes up and the utility bills go up. So they are getting, they do want to combat that and look for alternative ways and be more self-sufficient and sustainable.
And then in terms of funding, there's green money, right?
Sure.
Green money, but green money for green projects, right?
Yeah. There is funding about limited. It's again bespoke to different areas and different councils and different associations. But there is some sort of funding about again, like I said, bespoke to different areas where care homes or local businesses can have a look into their local authorities and see what's about.
Perfect. So any other tips or thoughts for people considering something like this?
Definitely is the tips is have a look into your energy bills, see what you're paying. Contact companies like ourselves, Solar for Good, and energy audit. There are a lot of people out there doing energy audits. See and have a look where you can save money on your electricity bills. A lot of care homes, they get into their day-to-day businesses and they forget about the smaller things like the electricity bills and so forth. Have a look into it and see where you can save. You'll be pleasantly surprised how much money you can save. There's some case studies that we've done quite a few care homes, and there's case studies that within 3 to 4 years they've broken even, which is great. So definitely worth having a look into.
I had a home that 2 years they broke.
Sorry?
I had a home that broke even in 2 years.
Wow.
So it's it can be done. So
It definitely can be done.
Thank you very much for coming to the studio.
Thank
It's been
you.
a pleasure to meet you. We'll be
Cheers.
back shortly with our next interview. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio. We have our second from last guest of the day, who's jumped in at the last minute to get a little slot in the studio, tell us about what he does. So do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, thanks for having me on firstly. My name is Asan, I'm from iCare4You. I'm the company director. So we basically, in a nutshell, we are an optician service where we would literally take the high street level of equipment into the home, so providing that sort of quality of an assessment. So we're trying to take the service that you'd expect on the high street into the home for those that are unable to do so. For example, a dementia home, if it's difficult for them to get outside of the house, learning disabilities, we go to hospitals, the list is endless.
So if you're going to struggle to get out, get on the high street, to have, to go see an optician, a service like yours is going to come and help. So do you work with a lot of care providers then?
At the moment, well, truthfully, we started the business 3.5 years ago. So we are building. We're still in the building phase at the moment. So last time I checked, we're working with around 400 care homes. That's made up of some groups, some of individual homes. We are nationwide as a company, so we are covering as far north as sort of Carlisle, Newcastle, back down south towards Bournemouth, Exeter, whole of South East. So we're just looking to grow the company. At the same time, we want to maintain a level of service. We're all about service. And we're also looking to branch into Northern Ireland very soon as well. So we've got our main head office is in Greater Manchester, Bolton. And we have opticians that are scattered all across the country. So we have little bases, basically. So, yeah.
So, like, in terms of thinking when I last went to the opticians, there's quite a lot of stuff in there, right? Like, how do you develop some innovative equipment that allows you to get into, like, I don't know, what do you have to wheel it all in? How does that actually work?
Yeah, so our equipment that we have is literally the same equipment that you would expect on the high street. So it's the machines that we have that assess the level of vision, the prescription. I can put it this way, I can assess a prescription. I can get somebody's prescription within a minute.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic in the sense that somebody who cannot communicate, for example, somebody living with dementia, severe dementia, or let's say they had a brain injury and they can't communicate, how are they going to say better with 1, 2, your usual responses that you say at the opticians. So therefore we've introduced, well, not introduced, we've not designed the equipment, we've actually purchased this equipment. So it's the same sort of equipment that you'd expect on the high street, but it's a portable version. So everything that we have is portable. It's very lightweight. All our opticians carry it. All it needs is a bit of power occasionally, but most of it's battery operated. So we don't even ask for power basically sometimes. So we literally bring. You'd expect all your frames, your the trial lenses, everything. We bring everything. The pressure. We can do the whole examination that you'd expect on the high street, literally in the comfort of that person's living room, or even like in the bedroom.
Yeah.
That is.
And if you're saying working with a care home, do you tend to go in and sort of see a load of people in a day? You sort of set up in a place for a day and do it like that?
How we work what we do is we usually turn up to the home at 9:45. We try and avoid meal times because it's protected meal times.
Yeah.
We don't want to be intrusive. We don't want to affect. I wouldn't like it if somebody came into my house and said, "Listen, let's do something enjoying breakfast." I want to same thing. Isn't it? You want to relax. You have your breakfast. You have your meal time. Same thing with lunch as well. We get out of the way. So our timings are very strict. We work with the care home. Obviously, they advise us, like, listen, meal time is this. So obviously, I make sure the opticians are not in the way. So usually we turn up at 9:45. Obviously, this is all communicated prior to the visit. So we turn up at 9:45. We get it set up. We have an assisted carer with us who kind of guides us through the day, ideally, because at the end of the day, the opticians are walking into something where they will see 20 people roughly a day, and they won't know who everybody is. So that's why we normally ask for at least a carer to help us through the day. And that's not that we need to rely on them all day. It's just to tell us who's who, basically.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Because if Barry comes in, he's not going to... Yeah, he's not going to know you from Adam, so they can help. Yeah,
exactly.
Help with that,
and also, it's good for the residents as well. If they're seeing a familiar face being presented to someone else, it keeps them relaxed. That's what it's all about. We want to keep everybody. We want to avoid the white cloak syndrome. So if you go to your doctors, you get scared of something seriously going wrong or whatever. We want to reduce that fear, and that's why our opticians go in nice and relaxed, have a conversation, do the assessment. Takes less than 15-20 minutes. It's in the comfort of your own home. You're having a coffee, doing whatever you want.
Nice. Okay. So I think more care homes should be doing it, right? Like it should be more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There is other providers that are offering something similar to what we're offering. We're not the only company that do in eye care, in care homes or in nursing homes or mobile. But why we are a bit different is we are a family-run company. We started 4 years ago. I'm an optician myself. I work for other companies. I've seen what their don't get me wrong. I've seen what the positives are, but I also saw some of the negatives. And I took that into account and then set this company up, taking into account that how we can change the market and make sure we're delivering the best possible care. I can't get a company to sign up to an agreement with us, like NHS regulations. We're not allowed to say, listen, you're going to stay with us for 5-10 years. It doesn't work like that. How it works is, if, for example, I give a bad service, that care home can go anywhere else. They're not obliged to stay with us. So we're using that drive. We make sure that we're delivering the same excellent service that we did on the first visit. So it's just continuity of care. We want to maintain that level of service. Like I said at the start, we're looking to grow the business, looking to grow the company, but we don't want to be at a position where we're compromising on the care.
Yeah.
That's what we're right.
You mentioned the NHS part of it. Is that so? Are you able to take NHS patients through the care home, or how does it work from that perspective?
Everybody gets an NHS examination in a care home, usually.
Yeah.
Obviously, unless it's like supported living or whatever, somebody is in a home for a reason. So there'll be a whole eligibility criteria. In most cases, it's dementia. In some cases, it might be arthritis for those that are just need a bit of support in their house or what have you. And the other common one is, like I said, the hospitals, the brain injuries. That's all eligible criteria. So that's all on our website, which you can check out on eyecareforyou.co.uk. Most care homes, at the end of the day, let's be honest, is all elderly care. Majority of the homes are, and that's how we were targeting the service towards.
And so, why did you get into this sector? Like, I guess you could have a chain of opticians and do it like that. Yeah. Why did you choose to work in this sector?
Because when I first qualified, which is going back, I've lost count of how many years that was now. I had experience of working in the high street. I did my fair share of working as a locum as well, so I got to see different practices, different businesses, Specsavers, Boots, the multiples. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I felt like I wasn't really delivering anything. I felt like I was just a number in someone in the whole pipeline, if you like, just the kind of the conveyor belt. So you kind of just seeing someone, spend 20 minutes with them, go outside, spend a few £100 on glasses, and that's it. So I wasn't really feeling like I was providing the service. I felt I didn't really get into optometry and do the degree to be a salesman, basically. And I felt a lot of working in multiple and high streets personally felt to me that, I'm not saying this as a whole, but I felt the pressure when working for the big chains. It might be different working for independents, but how I felt it, there was a lot of pressure from a sales point of view. So that's why I felt like I need to go somewhere else. So then I realised from speaking to friends and other people that are in the industry that there's domiciliary care. And I was like, oh, okay, let me try this out. So I went for a trial run, a few days a week here or there working for another company. I loved it. As soon as I did it, I felt like being able to give someone the gift of sight is, I can't even put words to it, honestly. Some people are, forget even that, or put all the eye tests aside, even just having a conversation with somebody who hasn't seen any family members or hasn't seen whatever. So just sitting there and having a little chat, how's your day, whatever. Yeah, okay, they can have a chat with the carers, but it's somebody different. It's coming out from the outside. You don't understand it. It makes a big difference to that person's day.
Yeah.
And that's what I fell in love with, the care side of it. Honestly, the glasses and the whole whatever that came with it. At that time, like I said, I was only working for somebody else. And then, like I said, I was working for them through COVID, and COVID happened, and then I felt like, I think with everyone, we started worrying about financial stability and what have you. And that kind of gave me the drive to think that, I can't rely on somebody else to give me work. I need to sort of look, that's why the whole business, I wouldn't say I'm a very big business-minded person at all. I've just got into this because of some of the experiences that I've had, basically.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for coming and seeing us. It's been really interesting talking to you.
Nice to see you. I feel I took over the whole...
No, it's all good. It's all good. You're all good. That was an interesting story. It's nice to hear. Lots of people are in the care sector because it means more, right? Like, it means more than, just a bit, like you said, being an optician on the high street. It's a different game, and you get to help people in a different way, right? You get to add more value to people's lives. That's why we work in the care sector. We feel like we're doing something that's more meaningful.
It's like you're giving back something. Rather than just being like on the high street. You can go to any optician. You can walk into Specsavers, Boots. Doesn't matter. You're getting the same eye test. Whereas providing service in your house, in your home, it's more personal. I feel like you're giving back a bit more, basically.
Yeah, nice. Right, thank you very much.
Thanks so much,
Cheers.
sir. Thanks so much,
We'll be
everyone.
back shortly with our last interview of the day. Hello, welcome back to the last interview of the day in the Care and Conversation studio. We've seen loads of really interesting people today, but now we have Daniel Casson, the most interesting of them all. There you go.
I don't like to let everyone down like that.
Well, you know, here we are, Daniel. Do you want to remind everybody what you do?
I'm an independent consultant in innovation and digital transformation in social care. The only logo I have is encouraging innovation in social care, because I don't want to be pinned down. I will do whatever it takes to make care better.
Yeah. How have you found the day? How's the show been?
Fantastic. I will focus on the talks I've done. I've done 2 talks on AI, and it's really interesting that people want to kick the tyres and really try new things. And what I love doing is bringing people together. So the talk I did at the second talk I've done of the day was where we had Josh Kelly from the Department of Health and Social Care, Alan Payne from the Access Group, Jay Dodia from Serene Care, and Caroline Green, who I'm working with from the Oxford Institute for Ethics in AI. All different angles: provider angle, government angle, the tech supplier angle, and the academics. So bringing that together, because people are being more discerning about what technology they're using. That's been the takeaway for me today.
I think we've seen, like, kind of everyone, AI, you know, only came about 9 months ago, you know, really. Yeah,
Where have you been, York? It's been there.
Yeah, it's been there, but it's come into the popular culture, you know, with ChatGPT. Maybe not, I can't remember exactly, but I remember us talking about it at the last show. And everyone was like, oh, yeah, okay, it's interesting. And now people are actually saying, okay, well, how do I actually use this to make care better? And we're really getting questions like that now.
And you know what I've actually learned? People have been, I've been working the tech in care for about the past 10 years. Well, I overblow, that's probably about 6 years, actually, to tell you the truth. But it's what people are doing now is they're going back and saying, this is new technology, but I want to see how it works. I don't just want to adopt it because it's shiny and new. I want to see it working, making better lives for people, and also being sustainable and how it affects my bottom line. That's the big change, I think. People are now saying, yeah, it looks nice, it's great, but they're more discerning about what they want. And so when I talk to tech providers about who's in the room when they're trying to talk about new technology, more and more the finance people are in the room. It's got to create value, value for people's lives, and value on the bottom line. That's
efficiency,
a big change.
savings, yeah, but while increasing the performance of the care, ultimately. Yeah,
but the two go hand in hand. They're not separate. They're not. They are the same thing, because we're not going to actually do things better unless we do it on a sustainable basis.
And is there any particular sort of ideas you could articulate that you've been seeing, like that are popping up, like, you know, way we can really start to sort of see and understand examples of how this stuff might get used in practice?
Well, I think one of the things is people are worried about it being depersonalising care. It actually makes care more personalised. It empowers, sorry for using that word, it empowers the individual to start making their own choices. And I think we've got to educate people to actually make the best of it, because they can start making the choices now. So if you employ AI to write notes for you, you can, for example, take that and personalise them to what you want. So I think don't be afraid of what's happening in AI. Embrace it, but also lock it down as well. Have these closed systems, which I think is very important.
One chap, James from James Maynard earlier, was telling me about
Access Group,
from Access Group, telling me about how he said, you could use your AI to ask you a question about your policy. For example, can I accept a gift? And rather than having to go into the folder which has the policies, find the policy that would be about that, go through the policy, load up the Word document, go through it and work out, interpret what that means. Actually, you can ask the question to say, am I allowed to accept a gift? And it can use, the AI can search your policy library and give you back that answer and save you, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, or just answer that question for you in a way which allows you to then move forward with that issue, and uses your policies and procedures to answer the question the way your company, or your...
it's brilliant of James to say that.
Right? Yeah.
Brilliant of James to say that, because what's happening, one of the things is it brings things alive, like policies and guidelines, and now living documents. Who looked at them before? Now it's easy to delve into them. They become living documents and really guide care. And there's so many things that actually saying care providers can use on the ground to actually make them care better. And what you're saying, that searching facility, yes, James give what might seem a bit of a superficial example of the can I accept a gift, to actually full safeguarding issues. exploring the issues on safeguarding, what it says in guidelines. So it's going to save people hours of time searching through. So the efficiencies, the better care, because people ultimately will get better care because of that. So it links in. So none of these are not linked. The financial side, the care quality side, the efficiency side. What I like is people having more information about the person. If you're a home carer, if you're caring for someone, if you're going to someone's home, you're often in a very isolated position. And with AI, you can actually be supported in your decision making, and you can link. So I think that the safety barrier it creates around people and around care is really powerful. We can't recall everything. AI can help you and jog your memory, and then make it your own. Don't always trust. Make it your own. That's what I say as well.
I think what it does can help with, and what I liked about that example was just the real tangibleness of it. You know, it's simple.
So it's simple enough for you,
it's simple enough
for
for me to understand. You know, I like the idea of being able to go in to your home caring for Barry, and Barry's always really grumpy on a Wednesday morning when you go see him, and you ask your AI, why is Barry upset on a Wednesday morning? Actually, his football team play every Tuesday night, and they always lose. Yeah, and that that information can be found, and it's just something simple. Mike Guy, or he stays up late on a Tuesday night to watch something on TV.
What I think it does is, and this is something you and I have talked about before, is about how it actually introduces a lot of the people that are being cared for come from different cultures, and it's understanding their culture. In this case, it being a football supporter, being a culture, but obviously from different nationalities, different cultures, actually can feed into the model, so you can personalise the model around them. I mean, and I want to look at examples internationally where people are using it. That's what really fires me. So what we're doing with the Oxford Institute for Ethics in AI, where we have the Oxford project for the socially responsible use of AI in social care, is we're looking at international models, and we're also saying how we can bring those in. Because what we're doing here is very exciting. People decry what the care system is in the UK, but actually we're doing some really, really interesting things which can translate overseas. So I'm really interested in how we bring those international models in as well, and involve international carers. There's a whole world out there which we need to explore.
Yeah, ultimately, care is delivered all over the world, all the time, in pretty much every country.
In different ways, depending on the culture. I mean, we were talking about Japan. I was talking with Mohammed Damji earlier this morning about Japanese culture, where there's more of a culture of keeping people families working with people at home, but they also have a very good respite system for carers, for family carers, which means they can be replenished and actually become better carers, so it helps the whole care system. And I think we've got to look more holistically like that. Let's get out of our bubble a little bit and see what's happening in other parts of the world, and also realise what we're doing well here. That's what it opens up that discussion for me, what we're working with AI, and it'll bring lots of those cultural aspects in.
It's almost like people should watch this space, Daniel.
Good point. I think Watch This Space is a very good place to be.
Yeah, watch this space. Well, thank you very much for being the last guest of the day and
pleasure.
seeing out the show. And it's just gone 5 o'clock.
I love what you do, Luke York, so thank you.
Thank you
and
very
your
much.
team. Thank you.
Well done, Chris. Well done. Thank you for the day. I mean, we can't see him on camera, but, this anonymous man that stands behind it all. But
It's not... 5 on the Bike is not just York, right? It is the team.
It's mainly the team, I think, yeah. Thanks very much,
Cheers.
Daniel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that's everything that we have for today. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, maybe about 10:30 if I've had too many drinks. So we'll see. Bye-bye.